Please welcome to the stage founder and CEO Guillermo Rauch.
Good morning, and welcome to our fourth annual Next.js Conf. It's so great to see you all here today in Francisco and online, joining us from all over the world, with watch parties going on right now in London, Sydney, Barcelona, just all over. It's so great to be here with you all today. I started building Next.js 7 years ago because I wanted to build a blazing fast website, but I didn't want to deal with all the frustrating tooling and setup and infrastructure around it. And it's been incredible to see it grow till today to the tune of 850,000 monthly active developers. We're thankful to you all because these are the folks that are building the websites and pushing all your incredible deployments every single day. So thank you. And by the way, that's the population of the city that we're in right now, San Francisco, or even 24 full Miami FC stadiums to see the GOAT, Messi, not Cristiano, play. So the community continues to build some of the most incredible websites on the internet. Next.js powers Nike.com. And so to make this keynote personalized, we're going to let you vote on what I'm going to talk about next. No pressure. Head to Next.js.org/vote, and let's see what the results are showing so far. Seems like, all right. It's going to be a close battle between Next.js 14 and performance. This is fantastic. All right, let's get some more people in. It's getting really close. All right, I'll do all of them at once, concurrently with suspense, in concurrent mode. All right, let's just go with Next.js 14. It seems like the clear winner so far. So the foundation of Next.js 14 is, of course, the app router. And it has three main pillars. Number one, we built this app router on the basis of flexibility for the developer. We wanted to give you all these APIs like layouts and nested layouts and the new metadata API. Of course, app router had to be powerful. The most powerful thing is this data fetching system with caching and invalidation built in. And last but not least, we're all here for fast. So of course, app router is faster. And the key thing here is a new foundation built on streaming and HTTP and web fundamentals. So most importantly, one of the key tenets of the app router is that you can adopt it incrementally alongside the pages router, even one page at a time. Now, when we look at the public data, how far we've come since that initial beta, it's been incredible that in the top 1 million websites on the internet, we see tremendous growth in app router adoption. This is folks using and deploying React Server components to production. We're very, very thankful for everybody that's given us feedback and battle tested it and put it in front of amazing experiences, in front of amazing users. So thank you. You've entrusted us to build this app router to the maximum level of quality possible. So today, I'm happy to announce Next.js 14. And guess what? Next.js 14 comes with no new APIs. I know. In fact, not only does it have no new APIs, we have a surprise that'll help you forget about some APIs that you didn't ever want to learn. So we'll see towards the end of the presentation. So over the past year, we've completely overhauled our documentation. Of course, a framework wouldn't be great without incredible documentation. So we have new API reference docs. We updated the design of the Next.js documentation. Shout out to our design team. And we improved search. So of course, you want to go to next.js.org/docs and find things quickly. But we had more feedback about education. We heard feedback from the community, and it turns out You wanted more docs, more education, more to help you learn. And now I'm happy to announce that we've overhauled and introduced a brand new Next.js.org/learn, which not only teaches you all the new fundamentals of Next.js, it extends into areas like authentication, databases, everything you need to ship a production-grade, full-stack Next.js application. I'm really excited because ever since we launched the initial Next.js.org/learn, I know that it's educated millions of developers that have gone on to create amazing things, some of which we highlighted earlier. So I'm just really excited to see what you all are going to build after you go through Next.js.org/learn. And in the context of that education, the things that I hear about what you love about Next.js is that ultimately it's opinionated. It gave you this zero configuration foundation. But Next.js sits on top of React. React is that powerful engine that is there behind the scenes. And one of my favorite features of React itself is its ability to compose into reusable components, whether it's the UI or whether it's the interactivity in the form of hooks. However, up until recently, this composability, this ability to put things into components was limited to just the client side, and it hadn't gone yet into the server. So Next.js had an answer for that. Because we used the server more over the years, we added hooks and APIs that sat on top of React itself, like get server-side props. But we knew that the React team had also been experimenting with new APIs to answer some of these challenges. Those APIs include suspense and React Server components. And of course, as a framework that builds on top of React, our duty was to expose these APIs to you and help you explore them and experiment with them. So to do so, we needed to do three things. Number one, we built a new router that tries to set up itself on top of these React foundations. Number two, we created a new data fetching system that is tightly integrated into that router and handles things like not just data fetching, but also caching and invalidation. And last but not least, an architecture that is built on streaming so that you can fetch data and make it available to users without blocking experiences. That vision materialized into the app router that we have today. For example, with server components, I can grab data and use it directly in components that are reusable throughout my application. The components themselves are fetching the data. And this is not just data coming from my database. This is any data coming from anywhere in the cloud, and these data fetching components can be shared on NPM. And this power, combined with server actions, means that you can also mutate your data alongside React components and even invalidate it when it's cached. It's as easy as calling that function. It's just a JavaScript function, in this case, called action. Of course, this also works with forms. So just like React Server components, these actions can be shared and exported to the community through NPM. With Next.js 14, server actions are now stable. I'm excited because this was the missing piece of the puzzle. This makes the architecture complete. It means that you can fetch data, and of course, you can mutate it in a very natural programming model. Of course, tightly integrated into Next.js. So selfishly, the best part is that you just write a lot less code. So we have actions on the right-hand side here. The biggest thing is that you're not creating all these ad hoc APIs in order to register mutations. You don't have to mess with all these like client-side hooks for data fetching. You don't have to think about two ways of dealing with data. No this to use effect, but it could get messy at times. So just having all of my data taken care of by the framework is pretty awesome. And while it's still early, we're seeing incredible results from our community. So this luxury brand, Jennifer Fisher, went from a monolithic e-commerce experience and it went headless with App Router on Vercel and Next.js. And the results that we've gotten are pretty freaking incredible. So not only does it load fast, which I love, but every measure of the performance profile of their page has improved. And this is translated into real-world results for their customers. It means that customers are happier, they transact faster, and of course, Jennifer Fisher, wherever you are, you're happier. Beautiful earrings. So all of this would not have been possible without the amazing individuals in the React core team that have been incredible partners to make all of this technology possible and all of these glorious results possible. So huge shout out to the React core team that have been working on this foundational technology for so many years. Second, the companies that basically worked with us along the way in betting on React components. So many of you are here today. I want to give a shout out to Clerk, Supabase, Shopify, Payload, Sanity, Okta, and so many other companies that are collaborating on bringing their data into React Server Components. These companies, they're not just helping create examples and templates and documentation. They're becoming part of this emergent data ecosystem. Their SDKs can now be encapsulated as components that are easily shareable, and they will hide away a lot of the complexity that we never want to deal with as developers when integrating data and other headless systems. So I'm really excited of this emergent data ecosystem around React Server Components, and it'll open up incredible opportunities to many, many companies in the ecosystem. Third, the Aurora team. The Chrome Aurora team have been crucial partners to every framework in the ecosystem, providing guidance and patches and amazing feedback to make the entire web better. Many of you at the Chrome Aurora team are here today, so thank you, and I look forward to hanging out with you as well. And thank you for your contributions, not just to this release, but over the years in the course of Next.js. Our individuals in our community, I'm incredibly indebted to you all. So of course, this slide is not comprehensive. There's so many folks, but I really want to give a shout out to all the educators, our community members who answer questions, take time out of their day, the helpful friends who give us feedback. It's been, yeah, let's give it up for our community. It's been incredible. Thank you all. So last but not least, I want to give a shout out to the visionaries, the risk takers, the ones who dared to go deeper. You know who I'm talking about. PHP, they had it right all along. More server, simpler programming model, the OG serverless. You deserve your accolades. Love you, PHP. But jokes aside, folks outside of the JavaScript ecosystem have also been giving us incredible feedback about how to leverage more of the stack, maybe go back to some of the fundamentals of the web, and just overall make the internet faster and better. So thank you all. Thank you, HCMX. Now, let's talk about performance, which was it was almost beating Next.js 14 out there. So our goal with Next.js, as far as performance goes, is we always wanted to abstract away all of the complexity to get to a great developer experience. The core idea of Next is that just run one command. You don't have to worry about assembling and configuring all of the tools. And since we last spoke, we made incredible strides in improving the compiler infrastructure in a way where you really didn't have to do anything else other than upgrade the framework to the latest version. So we shipped a 22% faster initial compile, that is booting up the dev server and getting to that first page, and a 29% faster code updates. That's keys on the keyboard, pressing save, and seeing them on the screen. And it turns out that after shipping this, we went back to the drawing board and we asked ourselves and asked the team, what should we work on next? the results will shock you. It's performance, still performance, which is music to my ear. We're super aligned. And the key question here was, we know that you want performance. How can we deliver these performance updates to you as fast as possible? And you know that at Next.js Conf, we talked about rewriting our entire Next.js CLI and bundler technology in Rust. So Rust it's been an awesome investment, but it's taken a while to give you all those performance improvements. So my question was, should we rewrite in a new programming language? Should we rewrite in Zig? What do we do to get you this improvements fast to you? And I'm here to announce that we're still betting on Rust, and we will deliver incrementally and fast. So I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that. So we're sticking with Rust, but we're refocusing our effort primarily in the Next.js compiler. We want to see the Next.js compiler succeed with this new infrastructure and give you the improvements to performance as incrementally as possible. And we want to see that in small, large applications. We want to see that in the pages router, and we want to see it in the app router. And the three things that we're going to be monitoring very, very closely to decide whether our investments are paying off are, number one, a fast dev server. Number two, fast code updates from save to screen. And number three, fast production builds. So this is running next build, especially when you go to production. So how do we do this? How do we give you all of this? How do we track our progress? How do we measure that we're on track? This, I regret to announce, is not my GitHub contribution chart. It's actually suffered quite a bit in the last couple of years. This is how we're tracking the reliability of our Rust-based compiler. So this represents running the entire test suite of Next.js that we've accumulated over 7 years with every bug fix, every reproduction, every race condition. You can keep track of it at areweturboyet.com. And all these beautiful blue squares represent 90% of tests passing with Rust. So it's been incredible to make this huge strides in reliability. So let's talk about some of the performance improvements that this is going to unlock. Number one, we're seeing 53% faster initial compile with the most recent introduction of TurboPack, and up to 94% faster code updates. Again, these apply to both routers, the Pages router and the app router. To recap, we're refocusing our Rust-powered compiler effort. We're delivering to the tune of over 5,000 passing tests already in the most recent release. Everything is faster all around. And the thing I'm most excited about is this is the new baseline of performance. To give you a sense of this, when you run next-dev-turbo, we're running everything cold. No persistent file system caching yet. And it already really, really, really beats the previous compiler infrastructure. It's just way faster. So this is the new baseline. We're going to keep getting faster in the future. And you can keep track of our progress on areweturboyet.com. So now, the moment we've all been waiting for, simplifying Next.js. We all want to deliver fast websites, dynamic websites, and we all want simplicity when it comes down to the programming model. So before I go into how we can deliver on this simplicity, and as promised, with no new APIs, I'll talk about how I measure a fast website. Number one, I want to see a fast initial visual. So this is opening my phone, go to a page, and I want to see it instantaneously. Even though it might not be complete, because there's parts of that site that are dynamic and personalized just for me. So I also care about a fast dynamic visual. This is when, for example, the state of my cart streams in, or my recently viewed items on an e-commerce site stream in. And most importantly, in terms of simplicity, I want a great developer experience. So through this lens, through this criteria, let's very quickly revisit the history of Next.js until now and the rendering strategies that we've shipped. It all started back in the day, young Rauch G, with traditional server-side rendering. So this is the common SSR that you remember from backend-centric technologies. What happens here is I have a visitor potentially far away from a server. That visitor is waiting until the request lands on that server. That server starts querying that database. And what we're seeing is it took a while to get to the initial visual. And the dynamic visual from that point on happened fairly fast. Let's see how we would rate this. Fast initial visual, I would rate it sadness. Why? Because, well, we saw those 4 white screens. It's just you're not getting anything, especially if you're far away from the server. Fast dynamic visual, I went to our design team. We settled on slightly smiling emoji face. And the DX was actually great. I hear a lot of your feedback that the beginning of Next.js was really simple. It was just get server-side props, throw some Node.js code in there, you're done. So DX was the inspo for what we're going to see today. The next step is the community gave us feedback that some of their pages, some of their workloads were fully static. So we added static site generation capabilities, and Next.js became a hybrid framework. It could do both on an entry point basis. So let's look at a static page here that actually turns out later on I have to personalize. So what happens is I give you the initial visual nearly immediately, and then to actually get to the final state of personalized data, that's where it gets tricky, right? I have to download lots of JS. I have to fetch the data. I have to render. There could be waterfalls. So as you could imagine, fast initial visual is lovely. We rated fast dynamic visual deadly. And the DX was OK, but keep in mind that in this model, you were juggling 2 ways of fetching data. For example, get static props, and all the hooks on the React side to fetch data on the client. So not fully satisfying. Let's now look at the bleeding edge. What do we have today? We have streaming, absolutely incredible technology. We have things like the edge runtime. We have the ability to put the compute right next to the visitor. So the initial visual gets better. Dynamic also gets better. But it really depends on how you configure it all. It really depends on whether the data is close to the compute or not. It depends a lot on what ecosystem of packages you're using. It's kind of like not fully satisfying on every dimension. The initial visual could have been as fast as a static, for example. The dynamic visual could therefore have happened faster, especially when you're juggling your compute being far away from your data in waterfalls. And the DX, well, don't get me started on the DX, because now I have to figure out runtimes, figure out regions, figure out what packages work, what packages don't work. So if I do all of this, the situation was good. But again, we're in the quest to simplify Next.js. So this is where we want to end up. We want to end up in a fast initial visual, fast dynamic visual, and great DX. And I'm happy to announce today that we're introducing a technology in preview to make this possible. And it's called partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering is a technology that gets activated at build time, and it works into the Next.js compiler. So what happens is this. When you build your Next.js project, we will extract a static shell for each entry point of your application, including all of your dynamic pages. In this phase, Next.js can extract all the static parts and pre-render them. So for example, here I'm pre-rendering the logo of the page, the navigation. And very interestingly, I'm also able to pre-render the fallbacks of the dynamic slots of the page. So notice here I have this banner that I'm reserving for a promotion that is tailored to each visitor. And of course, I have my cart and my profile picture. So those are the personalized parts. What Next.js can do is it can give you this shell immediately and then stream in the dynamic parts. If we look at it from the lens of the experiment that we ran earlier, we can see now I can get my initial visual as fast as static. And then the server starts streaming, and there are no waterfalls. Most importantly, this is really easy, and I didn't have to learn or adopt any new APIs. It's a win, win, win. We all win. So having accomplished this, and again, this technology is in preview, you're going to be able to test it really soon. You're going to be able to ship this dream of what we call dynamic at the speed of static, not having to worry about runtimes nor regions. So let's recap what we covered today during the keynote. With our refocused effort on the Next.js compiler, we're seeing an amazing new baseline of performance while also doubling down on correctness and reliability, with over 5,000 tests passing, which amount to over 90% of our test suite. Number two, we have this incredible new Next.js Learn course that not only teaches the fundamentals of Next.js and the app router, but it extends into databases and auth and everything you need to build a production-ready app. Server actions are now stable, which means that you can mutate data with the native React data model. So this was the missing piece of the entire architecture, so we're really happy to make it stable. And last but not least, with partial pre-rendering, we're delivering on the dream of dynamic at the speed of static without having to learn any new APIs. You can upgrade to Next.js 14 today, or head to nextjs.org/14 to learn about all these great improvements. And of course, we're not done yet. There's more from Next.js coming in the future. First, we've heard your feedback about how caching in Next.js has gotten really powerful and really flexible, but you want to see simplifications there too. And we hear you. The power of TurboPack and our Rust-based compiler will not just be for development mode, and it's also coming to production builds. I'm really excited about how much faster production builds will get and how much work we can reuse that has gone into the efforts in the compiler so far. And most importantly, a production-grade framework requires incredible observability, deep insight that goes into every part of the life cycle of a Next.js application. Now, let's get into the rest of Next.js Conf. You're going to hear from our community. You're going to hear from our technology partners. Visit their booths here in SF. You're going to hear about all of the success of our customers. So thank you so much, and enjoy the conference.
please welcome to the stage Sam Selikoff.
Hi there. All right. My name is Sam Selikoff, and I'm excited to be talking to you about, well, Next and React today. And some of the things that Guillermo talked about in the keynote are actually a nice little tee up for my talk, because what I'm going to be talking about is how a lot of these improvements and innovations we've gotten in Next in the last year are really delivering on React's vision for the future. So when I first heard about React server components, I was really excited because I was excited that we were finally getting a first-class way to do data fetching in React. This is a great video, and Sebastian and Andrew kind of trace the history and the evolution of server components and suspense, and how server components are basically data fetching for suspense. And we were all kind of waiting for a first-class way to do data fetching in React apps so that we could all stop kind of using our own solutions. We could have things that work together. And server components is basically what we got. But when I first heard about this, I was a little skeptical, because there's a lot I like about fetching data in the client. My use SWR hook, does this mean I can't use this anymore? You know, when you get an SPA set up with a hook like use SWR or use query on the client, there's a lot of really nice things that fall out from this. You get to drop this in your component. It can render a loading state and fetch data. It can revalidate. It can populate a client-side cache so that subsequent navigations are really fast. And so I was a little bit skeptical, but I knew that APIs come to React with a lot of thought, and so I kind of withheld judgment until I saw something that really stuck with me, and that was this. This is a server component. It fetches data right inside of the component boundary. It has a direct handle to the database to fetch data, but then it renders a component inside of a modal. And this modal does all sorts of cool stuff on the client. It comes up from the bottom, and it renders our news story inside of it, and it attaches click listeners to keyboard events like escape that we can press to close it. So I didn't know what it was at the time, but this somehow struck me as more React than any code I had written before that accomplished everything that this component did. And so it's kind of what started getting me excited for this new paradigm in React. So why does this feel more like React than stuff that we've had in the past? Well, let's talk about React. What do we like about React? Well, a lot of people say it feels like playing with Legos. It's fun and it's easy to use, and it feels like Legos. Well, let's talk about Legos. Why do people like Legos? Legos come in all different sorts of shapes and sizes and colors, but they can all be broken down to a single interface, right? It's a brick that has tubes and studs, and you can snap them into each other. And that's it. That is all you need to know to build basically anything you want. You can start snapping Legos together, and you can get smaller pieces into bigger pieces. You can snap those big pieces into each other, and you can keep going until you have what you want. And I think this story is really what people like most about React, what we love about building with React, because it feels very similar. We can start with a news story, and we can decide to put it in a modal that has all sorts of cool behavior. We can add a few more news stories, and we can wrap those in a carousel. And so what we're really talking about here is a story of composition. Composability is really what makes building UIs like this so easy and fun. But this only applies to kind of the UI side of the app equation, right? These modals and carousels are really nice and tidy and composable, but this news story, it needs data, right? So how do we get data into this news story? Well, if I was using SWR, I might do something like this. Drop my use SWR hook in and hit an endpoint to fetch some data. And if we have, we're waiting on the query, we'll return a loading state, otherwise we'll render the data. So this is pretty cool. I can drop this into my component, render a news story, and if we refresh the page here, we'll throw the news story in a page, refresh the page, we see the loading spinner, and then we see the data. So this is nice, but we want to server render this page, and so if we're only fetching on the client, we can't do that. Maybe we want to use some of this data in an OG tag for a server rendered page, or maybe we just want to server render it for all the benefits that Guillermo was talking about. So if we want to server render this component, then we can't use something like SWR. But we're Next developers, right? So we have get server-side props. So let's use get server-side props to build out this. And this is going to be a function that runs on the server, lets us query our data and return it, and this is all going to happen before we start rendering on the client so that we can get the data to our news story. And to do this, we only need to make a few changes. We are going to pass that data through the page, and that means we need to give it to our news story. So instead of just rendering a news story, we're going to give it the data for the article, which means we need to make an update so that news story gets its data. And now we have a server-rendered news story component. And if we refresh, we're going to see the browser loading spinner, and then we're going to see the page render. So this is nice. We're rendering on the server, has all sorts of benefits. We see the data right away. The first time news story is rendered, it has its data that it needs in order to display the article. But we've lost something here, right? By making the component accept its data as a prop, it's no longer composable. Because news story now has a dependency on get server-side props, right? Because get server-side props returns the data, and that is needed for news story to work. So if we look back at our earlier example where we had a modal carousel news story, this is not really what we have anymore, right? We now have a modal carousel news story and get server-side props. We've broken the composability of this story, and news story is not composable anymore the way the modal is. If we want to copy a modal or a carousel around our app, all we need to do is copy and paste it. But now every time we copy news story, we have to remember to copy get server-side props. It's something we have to be conscious of. So it's kind of broken this React programming model that we all love. And this is true anytime we add any dependency on a server-side API to our components, right? And the reality is that all of our apps need to interact with server-side APIs and services, whether it's our database or services like Stripe or AWS. Every time we add that to one of our components, then the component is not a Lego block anymore. And this is the essential conflict here. On the one hand, we want the composability of React because it's what makes it fun and easy to use. But on the other hand, we want our apps to talk to external services. They have to, like databases and third-party services. So we want to be able to copy around components, but we can't as soon as they have a dependency on a server-side API. Or can we? What if this is how we rendered our news story, but this was a server-rendered news story? This is how we could render on the server a news story directly from our database. Well, if that was the case and we wanted to copy news story over to our About page, how do we do that? We just copy and paste it, just like any other component. And what if we wanted to put it inside of a modal and add a few more news stories and wrap it in a carousel? And this is all still happening on the server. Our news story is still rendering on the server. If we could do that, news story has become a Lego block again, and it has all those benefits that we love about React. So let's take a look at news story. News story is a React server component. It's an async function, and it has a direct handle to a database within the component boundary. Everything it needs is contained. So it's just like our original SWR example because we can just copy and paste it around, but it can be rendered on the server. And we don't need to copy around get server-side props to different parts that need it. So It doesn't need its external data passed in. It has all the benefits of both previous solutions, but it's back to being a Lego block. All right, let's add another Lego block. Recommended reads. We'll throw this right below our news story. And this is pretty cool. We now have all these recommended reads, and they're all still being rendered on the server. So when the page is first ready, all the data is there. We don't see a loading state. We just see all the data. But we're still playing with Legos. We just drop that into our React tree. Now, there's an interesting thing about this page. If we refresh it, it takes a little bit longer to render because both news story and recommended reads are fetching data and rendering. However, the article here, Travis and Taylor, he plays my favorite position in the NFL. He's got a $50 million contract, and well, now he's dating Taylor Swift, so I'm not jealous or anything. Good for him, good for him. Okay, so the interesting thing about this page is that it takes up the whole browser width, and only when we scroll do we actually see those recommended reads. So wouldn't it be cool if we could defer rendering the recommended reads so that the page could have an initial render that's faster? Well, let's add suspense. So we'll wrap recommended reads in a suspense boundary. And now if we refresh, we're going to see a faster initial render. And then when we scroll, we'll see the suspense fall back, and then the recommended reads pop in. And all of this is still happening on the server, which is super cool, and is thanks to Next supporting all of React's server-side streaming APIs. And suspense. Suspense feels a lot like a Lego brick, doesn't it? We're still just throwing it into our tree, composing it with all of our other React components. And finally, maybe we can make these recommended reads a little bit bigger and throw them in a carousel, and we can add some animation there. So let's take a look at what we ended up with here. It looks like a very simple React tree, but there's a lot happening. News story and recommended reads are depending on server-side APIs within the component. They are using server-side APIs on the server. And the modal and carousel are using browser APIs. They're using APIs to animate. They're getting references to elements. They are attaching click handlers to listen for clicking outside of the modal, or keyboard listeners to listen for hitting escape to close. So we have server-only and client-only pieces that are running in two different places. They're running in a browser, they're running in a server, but in our template, it feels like a single app. The fact that these are running in different worlds hasn't hurt the composability story of this. We're able to write client code right next to server code in a way that still feels like playing with Legos. And this is pretty amazing because usually when we start writing server code to interact with our React app is when it stops feeling like playing with Legos. And we have to use framework-specific APIs to cross that gap. So React has given us the building blocks here to wrap both concerns within the same interface, the React component boundary. And how the heck does this all work? Well, if you look at this, there is a lot happening between these lines in our editor. And Next is taking our server components, running them on the server. It's also route and code splitting all of the client code and the client components and shipping that up to the browser. Next.js is doing all of that for us, effectively running two different apps. But again, from our perspective, it feels like one. So that's pretty cool. And let's talk about one more thing. We'll add one more feature to this little demo app that we have. And that is a bookmark feature. So we have our news story here, and we want to add a bookmark. So let's make a bookmark component in our news story so the user can save it. And let's take a look at bookmark. So bookmark renders a button with a little icon, and when we click on the button, it sends a fetch request to an API endpoint. And the API endpoint is in our Next app. It's just a simple API handler here that inserts a bookmark using the slug from the request. So now that our news story has a bookmark inside of it, is it still a Lego block? Well, it's kind of like a news story plus an API server running somewhere for it to actually work, right? So again, the server-side concerns, the dependency here, has leaked outside of the component boundary. And this is where server actions come in. So if we come here and look at our bookmark, all we need to do is change onClick to form action. And then right here in the action, we can use the server directive, which tells React and tells Next to run this code on the server. And that means instead of calling an API endpoint, we can replace this with the code that was in our API endpoint. It has, again, a direct handle to the database, and it goes ahead and runs that code to insert the new bookmark. And so server actions have let us put our API endpoint back into the component boundary in the same way that server components let us move get server-side props into the component boundary. And so now, news story, in spite of having a server-side mutation, is back to being a Lego block. And so now our tree is back to being a simple tree. It's all encapsulated, and we can copy it around without having to be conscious of any other part that's needed for it to work. So pretty cool. This is basically, I think, the most compelling part of server actions and server components, this new React paradigm, which Next has done a really good job packaging up into Next 13 and the app router over the last year and letting us all try out this new paradigm and figure out what it means for our apps. And basically, we now have the tools to bring any server-side concern inside of the component so that playing with components that have server-side components feels like playing with Legos again. And if you think about it, really like the first 10 years of React could be thought of as having done this for browser APIs, right? In the earlier days of React, there were some times where you'd have a component like a modal that had to render outside the tree so that it could be rendered on top and not inside the current children where the component is rendered. And so you'd have to maybe have some code that added something to the body. Or maybe a component would render and you'd want it to subscribe to a WebSocket service, and so you'd have to write that code somewhere. It wasn't neatly tied up into the component boundary. And over time, we got APIs like portals and useEffect. And now, portals let you just render a modal that's going to be appended outside the tree so that it behaves like a well-behaved modal. And you don't have to think about that. Or you can use Effect to subscribe and unsubscribe to WebSocket channels. And so these days, we have this rich ecosystem of React components for all sorts of UI concerns. And we can just drop in a modal or a dialog or a dropdown, and we don't have to think about it because all the implementation details are encapsulated inside of that modal component API, that interface. And now we're basically seeing this happen for our server-side concerns. And so what does this mean kind of going forward? Like, where do we go from here now that we can fetch data and write data with server actions inside our component? What's next? And so far, we've really been talking about a local database that we're using for our app, but news story and recommended reads, they can't really be reused outside of my app. They're just for my domain. But things like modal dialogues from libraries like Radix and React Aria or dropdowns, those aren't domain specific. Those I just grab from NPM these days and drop it in my app. And again, that's some of the most fun and easy parts of what I do. So what other parts of our apps talk to server-side APIs? Well, when you add Stripe to your app, usually you have to set up an API endpoint. Maybe it has some privileged secrets or API keys. You usually also have to have an API endpoint that responds to webhook events. Imagine if adding Stripe to your React app was as simple as this. It could be. What about an S3 uploader, something that interacts with AWS? Again, usually you have a UI part of something that lets you upload objects to S3, but you also have an API route because you need to get a signature from AWS to make sure you have permission to upload to your bucket. What if all of that was packaged inside the component boundary? Or what if you had an auth service and this is how you rendered a sign-in form? And again, that was it. You don't have to add anything else. If you wanted to copy this to another part of your app, you just copy this React tree. You can throw it in a modal. That would be awesome. What if we had a CMS that was thought from the ground up for server actions and server components, and decomposed in the way these headless UI libraries do these days, so we still have complete control over the styling. But to render data from our CMS, you just render it, you point to the field, and it takes care of pulling it down. And then forms that let you update it and have actions bundled inside of them that you never even need. You just submit the form, it hits your CMS. You could view draft versions of your CMS content, all just by rendering components and changing the props, just the way we do with UI stuff today. So I don't know about you, but if this is what it's going to look like to add server-side APIs to our app, to write server code in our React apps, and it's going to be this easy and fun, just like it is with the UI stuff today, then that makes me really excited about the future of React. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hussein Jerde, and I'm an engineer at Google. My talk today will be covering Next third parties and the work we've been doing to optimize third-party loading in Next.js. To give you all some context of the work that we do, I work in a team called Chrome Aurora. And our mission is to advance the web framework ecosystem by introducing better tooling and improved defaults to popular JavaScript frameworks and libraries. Like Guillermo mentioned at the keynote, we've been collaborating with the Next.js team for years, and we share many common objectives, including trying to introduce utilities and automatic optimizations to enhance the developer and user experience of Next.js. We've helped ship multiple utilities in the past number of years, including the Next.js image component, which is used in more than half of all Next.js sites, the Next font utility, which is used in about 15% of all Next.js sites, and even the Next.js script component, which is used in about 15% of Next.js sites as well. For today's talk, however, we'll discuss the script component in particular, and the work we've been doing for the past while to leverage and extend it to make loading third-party resources easier and faster. OK, so what's a third-party resource? The HTTP Web Almanac defines a third party as an entity outside the primary site-user relationship. It involves the aspects of the site not directly within the control of the site owner, but with their approval. And third parties come in all shapes and sizes, from ads, analytics, to content embeds, chat widgets, marketing, and the list goes on and on and on. The third-party ecosystem is a massive one that makes so many developers' lives easier by not having to reinvent so many common use cases. One thing that my team tries to do quite often is get some data on overall trends in the web framework ecosystem. I recently wanted to find out how many third-party resources do Next.js sites typically load. This data is also from HTTP Archive, and we're looking at a sample size of about 160,000 Next.js sites. You can see here that over 94% of Next.js sites load at least one third-party resource. This drops to about 67% that load at least 5 third-party resources, which is still quite the majority. And the number goes on and lower and lower. If you look at the end of the chart, we see that 2% of Next.js sites load more than 50 third-party resources. Now, 2% might seem like a small number, but this is more than 3,000 sites. Now, you can imagine the type of sites that have this many third-party resources. They're likely massive websites with a ton of complex features. And for many companies, there may be marketing or business requirements that may require the inclusion of so many third parties. Digging in a little deeper, I wanted to see if we could correlate the number of third parties that load in Next.js with overall site performance. We can start with largest contentful paint, which is a useful metric that measures the time it takes to render the largest image or text block in the viewport. After a good deal of research, we determined that a good LCP score is 2.5 seconds or less. OK, so how does the number of third parties that load in Next.js sites relate to LCP? Again, we're looking at the same sample size here. You can see for sites that load at least a single third-party resource, a very significant chunk has a good LCP score, about 39%. But when we filter the subset down to sites that load at least 5 third-party resources, the number goes down. And then with 10, it goes down, and so forth. During the keynote, Guillermo shared some amazing work that the Next.js team is doing to make LCP scores even better. Things like partial pre-rendering, streaming, and so forth. But what I want to highlight for this talk is the impact third-party resources can make on metrics like LCP. Let's look at another performance metric, interactions in XPaint, which measures responsiveness by calculating all click, tap, and keyboard interaction latencies. A good INP score is 200 milliseconds or less. We see a very similar looking chart when we try to correlate the number of third parties that load with INP. Next.js sites that load more third parties have poorer performance when it comes to responsiveness. Now, it's very important to mention that correlation does not necessarily mean causation. We can't just look at the previous charts we saw and say for a fact that the decline in performance was due to third parties. However, when we couple that data with the many studies that have shown in the past, that we've done in the past, it becomes clear that third-party resources have a significant negative impact on user experience. To try and look at this from a different perspective, we can also run some local tests. I did this with ShadCN's taxonomy website. Also, quick shout out to ShadCN and some of the incredible work he's been doing in the Next.js ecosystem. Yeah, round of applause. The reason why I picked this website was A, it's open source, and B, it was actually a nice representative example of a Next.js site with many routes and tons of functionality. The nice thing, too, was that it didn't include any third-party resources. So I wanted to see what would happen if I tried to include some or 10 of the more popular third-party scripts. When I did that, I found the total blocking time of the site to increase 65 times. Now, total blocking time measures how long the main thread was blocked between first contentful paint and when the site becomes interactive. It's a really useful proxy to assess how responsive the page is going to be to user interactions. And you can see how easy it is to just have your main thread blocked when you include third-party scripts. If we take a step back and look at this from a higher level, we can sort of see that there's two problems here. All the data we've seen so far show that there's a serious user experience problem that developers run into when they load more third parties in their application. But there's also a developer experience problem. A lot of developers don't necessarily know how to load popular third-party scripts, and when they do so, they don't know how to handle the performance issues or even add new custom functionality. Here are some anecdotal evidences, actually. And these are some things we see pop up all the time on sites like Stack Overflow. Next.js developers often struggle with the performance impact of third parties. This individual here just talks about how they've included Google Tag Manager in their Next.js site, and their Lighthouse score came down to 38. And this really is a cry for help. Here's another very similar example, but on GitHub. And this person says pretty much the same thing. Google Tag Manager is slowing down my Lighthouse score, and I don't know what else I can do to improve it. And we also see some very similar things, but from a developer experience angle. I found an article quite recently when I was trying to see what developers do to try and load Google Tag Manager in their Next.js apps. And this person looked at the documentation for GTM, completely decided not to follow it, because developers try to find an idiomatic approach to including third parties. They opted to use an entirely separate open source library, which is or may not be maintained anymore. So what's the solution? I think a very good question would be, instead of trying to introduce framework utilities, why can't third parties improve the performance at the source? And for some third parties, this may be possible, right? But this can take years. A lot of these third-party resources are used by the vast majority of the web. Any incremental improvement to user experience can take a very, very long time. And for the developer experience angle, why can't we expect the third-party providers to build the framework utilities themselves? Why can't they build a React utility, or an Angular utility, or a Next.js utility, and so forth? Although this would be nice, it's not also very realistic. The framework ecosystem changes so frequently that it's just a lot easier for third-party providers to build a one-size-fits-all solution. When we built a script component years ago, we wanted to make it easier to load third-party scripts fast and efficiently. The default experience of the script component in Next.js is to load after some or all of your application hydrates. But we also included a strategy property to give developers some fine-grained control on when to load a third-party resource. You can decide to load it before hydration happens, after hydration happens, or even during browser idle time using the value lazy onload. But it may be easy to use for like a single script, but let's say we wanted to try to use a script component to fetch Google Tag Manager. We look at the Google Tag Manager documentation, figure out, OK, we need to include this big inline script, try to understand how to do so with the script component, get that working, and then there's more that we also have issues with. What's the best loading strategy to use? Do we just stick with the default approach? Or do we even decide to switch it up and do something slightly different? And there's other questions as well. Should this be placed in a layout, component, or page? How do you even try to send custom events? I'm using Google Tag Manager as an example here, but this pattern will apply to any popular third party. And for many, like Google Tag Manager, the majority of Next.js applications use them. So one thing we decided to do is, what if we can build on top of the script component to introduce a separate standalone library that makes this process a lot easier? Instead of trying to figure out all those details yourself, what if you could just import a Google Tag Manager component and automatically know that it's going to load in the most performant manner? What's happening behind the scenes is nothing new or magical. It's using the script component, but we're doing the research to figure out when to load it for you so you don't have to think about that yourself. And what if you were like, OK, I want to try to send an event with Google Tag Manager? We created a little function, a little utility for you to send events as well. We also tried rolling out a YouTube embed component. If you wanted to include a YouTube embed and try to do it with the script component, you might realize the script component is specific for scripts, right? But we could do this a bit further and think about ways to make even embeds or style sheet or any other third-party resource easier for you. And again, we can take advantage here of not only making the developer experience easier for you, but we can also figure out what's the most optimal way to load it. Instead of relying on the typical YouTube embed, we decided to use Light YouTube embed to load that much faster. And we did the same for Google Maps embed. And you're starting to see a pattern here. We're making the developer experience easy for you, but we're taking care of the performance concerns for you. A lot of the times, Google Maps are just loaded automatically when they don't need to be. So we're like, why don't we just lazy load them below the device viewport so it doesn't block any critical resources that load to the page? Next third parties is still under active development, but we would love your feedback. It's still very early stages. We've only launched those 3 resources, but we have a lot more plans to include future third parties in the near future. So send us your feedback. The more that we hear, the more useful it's going to be. And here's a link to the documentation. Take a look. Feel free to also comment and give feedback there. The more people that use this, the more we realize, the more that we know what to do and what performance issues that we can actually fix and overcome. Thank you.
All right. Take that clicker from you. We'll get you on mic right here.
Thank you.
All right, I got Michelle. She's mic'd up. We're standing by, but I just.
Hey guys, can everyone see my screen? Okay? All right. Just gonna check this really quickly. Don't mind my console logs. All right. So, story time. I started learning how to code a little bit later in life, around 26 years old, but ever since I saw the values and the opportunities that it brought, I just began teaching anyone around me whatever I had already learned. So I started volunteering a lot after work for organizations like Girls Who Code, Flamingo Coders, Path to College, Code Art, and a ton more organizations. The thing is that I love to give back to my community in South Florida, and I want to do whatever I can to ensure that our upcoming generations have the opportunities to grow meaningful careers in our region so they don't feel like they have to leave their support systems or the homes that they love in order to find success in life, which is something that we see quite a bit in our region, and a lot of great people are working on this problem, but truthfully speaking, we are still growing and there's a lot of work to be done. So this is where my story begins with React Miami and how I used Next.js and Vercel to execute on the seemingly impossible vision of bringing a world-class developers conference to my home. My name is Michelle Bakels. I'm a software developer, community builder, and conference organizer. I work at G2I on creating initiatives to support the health of developers and connecting these developers to great companies. And I am an avid daydreamer. I excel in zoning out. And in 2020, I had a lot of time to zone out. And I just dreamt about what it would be like when we were all back together again. I looked up all of these web conferences around the world and dreamt about exploring a new city and meeting all of my Twitter friends in real life. And shortly after this, the Miami tech scene started to blow up. And don't worry, I'm not gonna dig into this. This is just for context. But it was pretty bizarre, like super exciting, obviously, but a little bit bizarre. There had been so many people for years that had been working on scaffolding a tech industry in South Florida, some for decades. And then all at once, it felt like the whole world was looking at us, which is fantastic. But then chaos ensued. And then there were all of these meetups and happy hours and conferences. Everybody was on Twitter. I'm headed to Miami. Who should I meet? It's like, okay, awesome. So we have all of these amazing tech events happening now. But what are we doing for developers? And there were a few initiatives going on, but I was like, we need a conference. We need a conference like the ones that I fly out to with the industry-leading speakers and the deep learning opportunities and the amazing networking. We need that in Miami. And so in the most serendipitous moment ever, I see this tweet, someone should put on a React conference in Miami. And at the time, I didn't work for Gabe, but now, of course, he's my boss at G2I. And I was like, let's do it. Let's do this conference. But Gabe and I, we didn't have any conference organizing experience. So this is when G2I partnered officially with DevWorld and thus created React Miami. So now React Miami exists, yay. So now we just have to organize it, right? Like get some speakers, find some sponsors, sell some tickets. This was the rudest awakening of my life. It is extremely difficult to organize a conference. There are endless emails and contract revisions and calling people and calling them again. Okay, wait. This was supposed to be fun. I was gonna hang out with all my friends on the beach and just like talk about JSX or whatever. Now I am finding myself working on negative time with all of the dreams about what React Miami would be just evaporating in front of my face. When you're organizing a conference, you never know how long each contract or agreement or conversation is going to take to finalize, and these are the most important things you have to focus on. So whenever you're not working on these things, you need to be making the best possible decisions with your given time anywhere you can be, so that if a potential sponsor reaches out or the venue has to go back on something, if anything comes up immediately that you have to address, you don't want to be like, can we talk about this later? I've had this CORS error for like 2 hours. Sorry, guys. So this is why we unquestionably chose to build our site for React Miami with Next.js and Vercel, and it has been quite the journey organizing this conference. So let's start with year one. Year one is the hardest year to organize a conference because you have to sell tickets and get sponsorships without any precedence for your event. There are no tweets, testimonials, or videos online. And so the only thing anybody knows about your conference is whatever is on your website. So we needed to create a website. And this is when I realized I had never created a marketing website before. Okay, so next thing is that I wanted us to actually build our website. We were so early in our planning for React Miami that we had no idea what this was going to look like when it came to fruition. So I wanted us to build our site so that if we needed to pivot or change our implementation details, we weren't locked down in any way. And we also needed to utilize a CMS so that we could store our conference information, and so that my co-organizer, Yos, he could go in and make edits to the site as well. And so again, this is another new thing. Hadn't ever used a CMS before, so lots of new things. But thankfully, I didn't have to start from scratch because there is an entire suite of free Next.js templates online for you to be able to use. So I found this one for the Virtual Event Starter Kit. When you use this kit, you get a whole application built out for you with about a dozen routes set up for events, fully responsive page layouts, type safety from front to back, a project set up in a CMS, that's fully templated as well, automatic builds and deployments set up in Vercel, and environment variables created and configured between all of these things. So if I were to do this on my own, it would probably have taken me a couple of weeks, especially given all the other obligations that I had, but in reality, this was maybe 2 minutes of work with a few mouse clicks. And this is exactly the kind of time-saving decisions we had to be making wherever we could. So this gave us a great head start with a lot of well-written code and established application patterns that we could just continue following all the way up to conference day. So then conference day arrives, and we sold out, which was wild, totally unexpected. But there were still a lot of challenges. And one of the biggest challenges is that I did a terrible job preparing volunteers and delegating work. So I created this situation for myself in which I'm pulled in 1,000 different directions, and there were some last-minute items that I didn't get to. And one of those things was to build a page on our website for the after party, where people would RSVP, we send the head count to the venue. And this was a need to have because the production team already made all of the slides with this URL and sent it to the AV team. And so in the midst of everything, I'm like, how am I going to build this page right now? My co-organizer had an idea. He would create everything in a Notion document, send me the link, and we would just set up a redirect in Next.js. Genius. Okay, great. I actually had never done that before either. But it was okay because I happened to be at this React conference with hundreds of React developers around me. So I was sitting next to my friend Mark, and I was like, oh, Mark, I have to do this thing right now. And he's like, I actually already know how to do this thing. And so he's like, you just need these 5 lines of code, and then it's bloop, 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 minute and a half later, page is deployed, crisis averted, party on. So after that, I knew that Vercel and Next.js was going to be the stack for React Miami because it didn't matter if I was getting a huge head start from zero or if I had to make a code change to our website under a ton of pressure day of the conference, there was always going to be an easily accessible, fast, and reliable solution at my reach. So year 2. Year 2, I worked off a refactored version of the virtual event template that I made for in-person events and continued my deployments on Vercel, of course. But there were some things that were announced between these years that I was all over. So first, you may think that this is a picture of Jared Leto at a Gucci show. This is actually a picture of me at Next.js Conf last year, seeing OG images being announced and then immediately using them for React Miami. This was amazing for our site because our site links could be shared anywhere, and they would be fully customized and branded based on the route. So this is an example of our speaker cards from last year. We were able to put in this beautiful floral Miami design with the speaker information, what they do, our conference information. And without this, we would create these like Twitter or LinkedIn posts that would combine like text and link and image all together. But that messaging would only ever exist all together in that post. With OG images and being able to use this for React Miami, we could just share links or other people could share links, and that messaging would still all be together with really impactful and customized information. So another thing was analytics was massive for React Miami. This is another announcement from last year. Vercel acquires Split B. That was a good business decision. Thank you so much for that. Let me go back to when I said I didn't have any time to do anything. Analytics was something that didn't get shipped in year 1 for React Miami, and that's so bad. But year 2, we can install analytics in our project in just a couple of minutes, and it's like the world blossomed open. I could see where our site traffic was coming from, where in the world our visitors were, which routes they're hitting, how often they're hitting these routes. And this was really beneficial to us because the last year has been very, very hard for events. The economy hasn't been good. Companies weren't sending their developers to conferences as much. Marketing budgets, aka sponsorship budgets, were frozen. So we needed a lot of help, and analytics was a really great way to see what was important to our site visitors and help move that as close to the front of their experience as possible. It gave us the insight to do a speaker preview event as well. So we were originally going to announce our entire speaker lineup in January. Once we saw how many people were coming to our site and going directly to the speaker page first, we decided to put a preview together in November, and that's actually the moment that our ticket sales kicked off for the rest of the time leading up to the conference. So that is just something that was really, really huge for us that we wouldn't have gotten without this kind of insight from analytics. So now conference day arrives, and we have another mini crisis again. I just finished organizing the dev health activities on the beach, and I'm literally running through South Beach trying to get to the convention center before the queen of CSS herself, Una Kravets, is about to take the stage. And I get this text message that our stream is down. I still don't know what happened, but our streaming platform, it just wasn't going to work. So I had to replace the stream minutes before this conference day was starting. So the MCs are going on stage, and we need to replace this stream. So this is how this all went down. 8:57, I get this iframe in a WhatsApp message. And then at 9:01, I commit the code change, it gets pushed. 9:03, it's already deployed and live on our site. And at 9:05, a pre-scheduled tweet goes out to join the live stream for Una's talk. And it's like nothing happened. No one suspected a thing, unless you happened to be in the room with me when I was making this code change and you for sure knew something was wrong. But aside from those people, it was seamless. So we had another really great year, and really happy with how it ended up in the end. After the conference, I wanted to fork this other Next.js template for the image gallery starter kit. And this is just a beautiful gallery that I thought would be great to showcase our images from our photographer, Daniel Schutzsmith. And so I start working on this gallery, and a week later, Vercel is like, we do databases and blobs now. And I was like, what? Sick. Okay, so what if this gallery was like full stack Vercel? Like, what does that even mean? So this was the stack. I used Vercel blob to store the images. Then I took those blob URLs, stored them in Vercel Postgres with additional image information like alt text, a few other things. The whole gallery is built with Next.js, and it's deployed on Vercel, of course. So really straightforward. You grab the data from the database, populate the image gallery. It's deployed on Vercel, et voila. That's how web applications work, and it worked like a charm. So another Next.js template win. Year 3, our site for year 3 was just deployed earlier this month, and I decided to start it from scratch. There were a lot of new things that changed between year 1 and 2 that I wanted to take advantage of. And the first one was custom events from Vercel Analytics. So custom events allow you to set up tracking throughout your site to see exactly what's being clicked on, and this can be set up with just a few keystrokes. So I set this up on every link and button in our entire website, and I can see how often these things are being clicked, what areas of our site are getting the most traction, and just drill down a little bit deeper into understanding how people are using our site. So going back to the speaker page example, it's not entirely clear how people are getting to this route, right? Are they going through the navigation bar? Are they coming from a Twitter post? Between custom events and analytics, I can be able to parse that information a little bit clearly, and again, just understand deeper how people are engaging with our information in our site. I also used App Router this year. So I personally prefer this directory layout because I like the co-location of functionality and resources to a route folder. You can also have things pulled out like into a components folder wherever necessary. Overall, everything just feels a little bit less React-y and less Next.js-y, which isn't a knock on either, obviously. But you just see a lot less things, because everything's server-side rendered, you just see a lot less things like use effect hooks and get stat props. And with dynamic routes, you have flexibility as well. So you can generate dynamic routes on demand by default, or you can generate several dynamic routes all together at build time with generate static params. OG images also got an upgrade. So there is a route handler now with the file convention Open Graph Image, where you can store the code for your OG images right into the route of the route that it belongs to, basically the page that it belongs to. And so again, same thing. These are generated on demand by default for dynamic routes, or you can generate several of them all together with generate image metadata at build time. I also got to use AI quite a bit for the site this year. So number one, V0 from Vercel. This is an AI-powered UI generator. So you kind of describe what you want to build on a website in a prompt box, and it will generate layouts for you that you can edit, and then you can copy that code and stick it right into your application. So got to ship some of that, and then also got to use BaseHub, which is an AI-powered CMS backed by Basement. It uses the Vercel AI SDK under the hood, and this will generate your CMS templates and alt text for your images and a ton more things with AI. So very fun. These things were very beneficial to me to use, which brings me back to my intention from year one. I wanted us to actually build our website so that we could stay open to implementation ideas and integrations. 2 years ago, I would have never guessed that I would build a website with an AI-powered CMS. But by using Next.js, our projects stay open to new ideas, future innovations, and possibilities. So there was a lot covered, and truthfully, this is really only scratching the surface of what we use from Next.js and Vercel for React Miami. When I started using Vercel, it was a platform for fast and simple deployments. And year over year, they've continued to deliver on their infrastructure and framework capabilities to provide that value of their deployments to more of the developer stack. And so when I think back on my intentions for React Miami and why we wanted this conference, it's not to build a website or to generate OG images or to have an image gallery. It's to bring the world of React together in some small way that reflects all of the wonderful things about Miami and welcomes people to our community. It's also to connect our local tech industry to the global tech industry and help strengthen our region. I think we're off to a good start so far. So we are living in a time where all of the leading options for building on the web are all unbelievably, ridiculously phenomenal. And so when you're choosing what you want to build with, think about what's important to you. What's important to me is that I build with a stack that's reliable, straightforward, and battle-tested. Something that makes me feel like I'm working with 2 or 3 more people on a project. Something that helps me make better implementation decisions around caching and performance and accessibility. But overall, as a software developer / conference organizer, the most important thing to me is that I'm not spending too much time developing at all. I evaluate what I give my energy to against a set of beliefs that I hold. Number one, I believe that creativity is a unique, irreplaceable quality of human life. I believe in eliminating mundane, repetitive, and tedious work to invite novelty. I believe that our goals and ambitions are pathways to emotions that we need to pursue and feel. And I believe in optimizing for your quality of life by balancing the work that brings you security with the life that brings you joy. So when you're deciding what you want to build with, what is important to you? For me, I look at who can deliver on the most important metric to me, and that is AFK, or the amount of time that I can spend away from my keyboard. When inspiration strikes, how can I make sure that this vision sees the light of day? What's going to nurture my creativity, or help me achieve my goals, or support the balance between work and life? For me, this is why I choose the Vercel stack, and I encourage you to explore it further yourself. Thank you.
right.
Again, guys, I did not know my internet would be taken out for 5 minutes.
That's always really painful to get a 5-minute internet
I guess
outage.
we're out. Cool. Yeah, we are now on the screen in the other room. Guys,
Cool.
I did not know my internet would be taken out for 5 minutes.
We can hear each other. That's always really painful to get a 5-minute internet
I guess
outage.
we're out. Can y'all not play the audio for the stream in here? Because that's going to echo infinitely. On the screen in the other room. Guys, I did not know my internet would be taken out for 5 minutes.
We can hear each other. That's always really painful to get there you go. See, look at that.
Me, never mind. I screwed that up. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is hard to do. Crazy enough. Streaming isn't easy. Shoot, wrong button. Yeah, streaming isn't easy when they yank your internet 5 minutes before you're supposed to be on the TV. So shout out to everybody but whoever did that. Appreciate y'all a ton. Thank you, Next.js for having us. We've been sitting here reacting this whole stream. We've had awesome talks. We just watched a great talk from the hosts of React Miami. Thank you so much for that one. That was
awesome.
Great. Yeah, really cool seeing people using Next to build awesome stuff and host awesome events, just like this one. The site did look a little similar, a little familiar, though. Did you feel that?
No.
No?
It looks completely bespoke and beautiful.
Yeah, you don't go to conferences.
Sophisticant. Okay. I use words like perspicacious all the time.
What does perspicacious mean, Frank?
It's having really great insight into a topic.
Sure.
Yeah. You might be confusing it with precocious, which is showing early adolescence ability in something, which people typically...
This is like the thing I would be saying if I was trying to troll somebody who has dyslexia like you.
Go ahead. Look it up. Hashtag it.
Yeah.
Google it.
I did see a really funny tweet recently that was like, sorry, not going to read this. Going to wait till another developer with dyslexia will read it for me.
That's a great tweet, because who would be reading in front of people with dyslexia? That seems like a terrible idea.
Who would do this?
Hey, I have a terrible fear of public speaking, so we all just embrace our problems.
We do. TJ read for me, and every single comment was, who is this guy and how does he read so well?
It's funny, trying to read on stream made me realize I'm not actually a great reader. I thought I was good at it, but then I did it on stream and I realized all my patterns and like how I parse things is horrible and really terrible to follow.
So hard. And then you also realize when you read out loud that you fix people's bad grammar and stuff. There'll be like an there when it should be an an, and you'll read it and you're like, you are, okay, hold on, let's go backwards here. And then you're just all screwed up.
Yeah,
it's shocking.
I used to copy edit for a lot of people in dev and open source stuff. Like I still help Ryan Carniato and Fred and Friends with like blog posts randomly. And the way I read when I'm reading something for stream is not dissimilar from how I read when I'm doing something like that. And it makes it really hard to, because I just stammer over all of the grammar issues as I'm doing read it through. It's hard for me.
You know, I think there's some pretty good stuff today.
I think so too.
Okay.
Well, what's been your favorite so far?
My favorite so far, besides for performance being almost the most important topic of the group during the keynote, I would say that I like what Google's doing. I'm glad that they're embracing. I'm glad that they're making things that maybe are great for developers, because typically what Google does is they're like the main character off of Idiocracy. Like, they're not great, They're not horrible. They're just like the nipple of every bell curve.
Luke
And
Wilson
it's just
or
like, yeah, that's a Luke. Again, sophisticant. Okay.
He's
It's
like
just
the
like
smartest person in the world of dumb people,
Yes.
basically.
Basically, if you had all the worst products, Google would be not that bad. But
Yeah.
now that looks like they're actually going down on the. They're no longer the nipple. They're going all the way down the bell curve, and the stuff they provided looked really great. Like that actually is good stuff.
Yeah, it has been really nice seeing Google more like embracing frameworks in modern web dev. Like it's not just like Google telling us how we should build websites. It's now embracing how we're building websites and trying to help us do a better job using the tools that we're already using. That feels like a huge like shift in like the entire web industry, honestly.
And I hear they know a lot about the browser, right? Like
Yeah.
they're pretty good at it.
Yeah, they're decent at
Can
it.
you fact check me at that one?
What's your favorite browser, Madison?
What's my favorite browser?
Yeah.
Safari.
Good answer.
Safari.
So you're a bun user.
Safari. Absolutely. My number one. I've never used any other browser. Just Safari.
Respect.
Why would you need anything else?
It has really good battery performance on Macs.
I just use Firefox.
I'm actually an Opera guy myself.
Thank you, Bash. We need Bash immediately. Bash, can you please fly from Canada
wish you
or
were
whatever?
here.
And
She
any
was supposed to
website
be
I
on the
can
list.
Country you're
browse
from?
via curl, I don't actually want to go on. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's the deal: is that clearly Brave is a great browser. And,
Brave is a browser.
and no one's mentioning it.
I feel like I tried Brave forever ago when there was like all this hype about it, but I feel like
Eh.
it's
I'm still hyping. I'm still hyped up.
Speaking of hype, let's talk about how we build our JavaScript. I think that's one of the interesting pieces we were talking about before with performance. I feel like most existing focus on performance for build has been dev builds. So making it so when you save a file, you see the response, you see the change as quickly as
That
possible.
seems natural.
But actual build times for when we're making our production builds has not been a focus. Even something like Vite, which is incredible. Vite is a wonderful technology that is an incredible developer experience. It still uses roll-up in production. So our production builds with Vite still aren't much better than what we would see with something like Webpack. And one of the cool things about the TurboPack stuff they announced is that they're not just using it in dev, they're also using it to speed up production builds. So what I'm saying is we are the first production Next.js is the first production Rust framework because we're using Rust in our production builds.
That doesn't make any sense. Rust doesn't go in production, okay?
Yeah, fair.
You only do command line utilities.
Yeah.
Rip
What if
grep
you're
is really
using
great.
CLIs in your production though?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Checkmate atheist. You just actually
Checkmate
literally
atheist.
just
Seething
got me right
now.
there.
Yeah,
Checkmate atheist,
we don't
a
have
lot of
our CLI expert Bash here today, sadly. She is in chat, and thank you for helping
Yeah.
keep chat slightly less
Bash.
chaotic than it normally is.
I wish she was here.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Bash, for leaving me out here.
Yeah. Got sick at TwitchCon, apparently.
I know.
Somehow
Yeah.
we didn't.
I think she got sick
A
of
strong immune system.
us
That's
at
fair.
TwitchCon.
She's
Yeah.
done with you guys.
She got a little allergic.
Can take another day.
Yeah, being surrounded by gamers without being paid for it kind of sucks.
It does. All right, so real talk though. Okay, so I guess the thing I'm confused about a little bit with that previous statement was that rollup allows you to use SWC, which uses Rust. So you can just do all your builds in that. So you can get pretty snappy production builds.
I've never seen rollup SWC before. I've heard a little bit about that, but I don't know of anybody using it.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
That's good to know,
I've
actually.
seen an end product using
So
it.
you think most people just don't use it?
No, every time I spin up a Vite project and I see that there's an SWC option, I get confused why people would use it. But it makes sense if that's using SWC for the production builds. That checks out. That makes a little bit more sense. That all said, like the solution Vite has chosen is they're rewriting rollup in Rust. So that's the other side. They're doing the Rust rewrite, or TurboPack's a Rust project too. It seems like Rust is taking over our build pipes.
Yeah, that's because the ins and outs are really well understood. And so it feels like a natural win there. I'm curious, though. I am curious. I mean, Zig seems very exciting. OCaml mentioned. OCaml. Anybody in chat? OCaml. I know there's a lot of great languages today to do stuff in now.
Why haven't we made a build tool in Ruby yet?
That's a great question. I think one of the problems with making a build tool in Ruby is that first you have to be able to find someone that actually does Ruby.
And then you have to actually write the Ruby.
And then you have to hire them from Basecamp, which makes it a little bit difficult. And then finally, when you do hire them from Basecamp, it just doesn't run fast at all. Somehow we're slower than JavaScript.
Yeah. Python, maybe.
But I hear Ruby is an incredible language.
I enjoyed my time with Ruby so much that I went to Elixir. And Elixir was great.
Look, Theo, how have you not mentioned Elixir? Boom.
Yeah.
Elixir.
There you go. You got your Elixir mention, Jacob. I can't help myself. I do have our good friend Jose Valim coming to the stream soon. I'm very excited for that.
Oh, you got Jose to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to talk all about type safety.
Oh, yeah, because Elixir is going to potentially have some type safety put
Yeah,
in.
they're
I'm
working
curious
very
if
hard
it's
on it.
gonna how it's gonna look. I haven't watched the
It's
talk yet.
very different. It's very different.
Is
it's
it
like a
OCaml-y?
hybrid of. It's somewhere between like OCaml and Rust in terms of how it is really strong on like the backwards inference stuff.
Yeah,
but
Hindley Milner
I
type
don't
system?
know. I'm not smart enough with types. I just like when my autocomplete works, so I'm not the right person to ask. But they started
Okay.
on the math side. Like they mathematically proved
Sounds
out
like-
their type system initially.
Sounds like Hindley Milner.
Yeah. Type safety's hard.
Quick math. So you got the fastest mathematician in chat right now.
Yeah, who's or quick math? So my favorite
Cow.
mathematician is MathGeek007. He's on Twitter. Every year he does Advent of Code in Excel, and he streams it. He gets
What
like
a
5
champion.
viewers, and me and my community are all 5, and it's incredible.
What do you mean he does it in Excel?
I mean, he solves the Advent of Code coding problems in an Excel spreadsheet for
can do
every
that?
one of yes. Because
Yeah.
you don't submit code for Advent of Code, you submit
Yeah.
the numeric answer. Like the prompt will like have this crazy long input, and you have to get an answer out of it. You can do it by hand. There's people who do it by hand for the first like 5 problems, but then it gets too crazy. He did it all the way to day 25 with Excel. It was nuts.
What's his username?
MathGeek007.
That's a great
Math
name.
Geek 007.
Great name.
Absolute legend.
007.
Yeah, Excel is the best programming language. We all know that. Like, why would you ever use VB when you have Excel right there?
I like where this man's head's at.
Yeah, right?
You know what? Okay, so if we're talking about languages, you know what language I've become the most curious about in my days of just reading about every language?
Oh no.
JavaScript?
Nope. Try again. Come on.
Nim?
C++?
Nope, not C++. I've already done C++, and I choose to avoid it. We've already had it set in chat.
Not OCaml, is it? Haskell?
No, I am very interested in OCaml as well, but it's not OCaml. It's a tie between OCaml and
Perl.
Swift.
Swift. Oh yeah, you have been nerding out about Swift lately.
Really?
Swift's a weird language.
Have you been on stream nerding out about it?
No,
Because I
no,
missed
I've
that.
only read articles about it. I feel very excited. So I'm choosing what to do for Advent of Code. It's either OCaml
What makes you excited
or
about
Swift.
or
It's
what's
like
causing this?
it's more like Rust, and also not like Rust all at the same time.
You gotta explain that one further.
Okay, so Rust. So here's a great way to put it. Pretend this table right here is all potential safe programs, but the ones that Rust recognizes is like this little circle,
Yes.
right? Rust recognizes only a provable set of safe programs, where Swift it has reference counting. OCaml has garbage collection. But then you can also get into ownership if you need to. If you want to take things faster, you can make the parts that need to be fast, without all the pain in the ass that is the other
And
parts.
Swift does that, which is something.
Yeah,
Rust
Swift does that.
Okay.
And
I
OCaml is
see.
now doing it too.
Interesting.
OCaml 5.
Yeah,
And it's also named after figures in, what's it called? What's the book? Dune. Yeah, that's the book.
Oh, love Dune. Read that forever ago.
Really? I'm
Yeah.
on book 3,
It's a real-
and it's weird.
I never read the second one. I feel like
It gets weird.
Important question. Is there a Swift HTMX package yet?
You wouldn't do a Swift HTMX package.
Why not?
You don't do
yeah.
HTMX. You HTML. Is there a Swift templating language?
Yes.
If there is, then which there is, then you already have HTMX.
The package would be for type safety of like routes being correctly handled. So when you specify a route in your HTMX, that route exists, it is returning the right format.
That's just not a thing.
Lame. I know that
It's not a thing because you don't have client-side state. It's not a thing. It's not
Ethan
real.
Neisler was working on this a little bit with the Beth Stack stuff, where his actual like the routes that you were specifying for your HTMX, if that route didn't exist, it would type error.
Yeah, that doesn't seem. I mean, the thing is that only works if you have a framework that is kind of scaling everything, which is what he has. So he knows what routes you've specified because he owns the router. He knows what what pages you're writing, because if you know everything, if the missile knows where it is, it knows where it isn't.
Yep.
Or the other way around.
Yeah,
if the missile knows where it isn't, then it knows where it is.
It subtracts where it isn't from where it has been. to know where it is. Yeah.
It's the classic difference
So
right there.
what I'm saying, I guess, is that you need to have a Swift router, a Swift framework, a Swift compiler, and then Swift HTMX.
Yeah, then you could validate that.
Yeah. So somebody needs to remake Beth Stack with Swift.
What I was thinking about doing is because I we already have a working and cargo installable HTMX autocomplete. But I was going to make it so that it can also crawl all the files. If you have like a little config, it'll just crawl whatever directories you tell it, and it'll gather every HTMX tag and all of its routes, and then give you a dynamic list of routes for you. And then technically, I guess you could continue to add on to it in some way. I'd have to think about that because the problem is I don't want to program it all. You have to come up with like a plug-in way. It'd be that one would be hard because you already know the tags. But the hard part, are we still on or is this?
I have no idea if we're still on or not. I think we are. Yeah, cool, we are.
People are listening to this?
Yeah, and they're just restreaming our YouTube stream on their YouTube right now.
Double
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, we're
Is that
double
legal?
trouble.
Can you stream to Twitch, which is getting restreamed to YouTube?
Well, with the new changes with the Twitch policy, almost certainly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyways,
when are
thoughts?
you gonna start streaming, Madison?
Yeah, Madison.
What?
When are you gonna start streaming?
You know, I tried to stream a few times. It crashed like every time I streamed. I want to get back into it, but I have to say the setup is so ridiculous. Like OBS and configuring it all.
Yeah.
And I tried to stream from my Mac, which was a bad idea.
Yeah.
So I want to
Skill
get back
issues.
into it, but it was like,
Yeah,
it was just such a hassle.
I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a video eventually about my setup because I get so many questions about it. I'm like regularly surprised.
I tried to copy a lot of your setup. Like I got the camera you told me to get. I got the mic you told me to get.
and stuff.
And that stuff's really helped. Yeah.
Yes, the actual machine that does the capture tends to be the hardest part, though. Like even here, I insisted that for better or worse, we are running a Windows machine right now, but
Yes, you
Windows
should.
does tend to be the most reliable thing for OBS.
Yeah,
and
I think
our
I gotta
content
get a
creation.
Windows. Like that's
Yeah,
because I just have a Mac. So.
And then you can go really
If
simple.
anybody here happens to work at a computer company that makes gaming PCs, feel free to hit any
Yeah.
of us three up. We're all looking for better machines to stream with.
Let's just
Wink, wink.
say if you're I can't. We're on Vercel. I can't say what I was
Yeah.
about to say. I was about to make an Aspen Gold joke, but I realized that you probably shouldn't make phallic reference jokes on a
you
company.
Can you
kidding?
replace the phallic part with a triangle?
Ooh, that's
Wait,
a great
you
question.
guys don't think we should make phallic jokes, but you were talking about the T word earlier extensively.
Yeah, but that wasn't when we were on the Vercel channel. But,
Oh,
but also,
okay.
like, Vercel owns the taint. They've been very clear with that. They're the providers of taint.
So
Okay.
there's the taint is the
distinction.
final line before you cross into too much, right?
Yes.
Once you go past the taint,
Then you're in the client.
then you're in the client, and we just don't talk about those kind of things right here. Okay?
Yeah, you have a classy gentleman line.
Yeah.
And so you have classy
Whoa,
Crimson Mana, Crimson Mama is what you refer to them
Crimson
as.
Mama.
Yeah, with another 50 gift subs. We appreciate that a ton. Thank you for funding this stream at this point. Jesus. We appreciate the support so much. Absolute legend out here.
Family-friendly stream.
Yes.
Yeah. I really like the talk on the community website and building the conferences. Like conferences take so much. I can
Yeah.
see
Michelle
behind the
killed
scenes.
it.
This conference amazing. Like everyone putting in all the work here.
Yeah,
Michelle killed it.
I learned this year how much work goes into this. I showed up here at about 5 p.m. to set up for the stream, and I left at about 10 p.m.
Dang.
Yeah, and I brought half of my studio here in order to make this all work.
Yeah, remember when we're going to do more than one stream target and everything?
I mean, we are. I'm doing that right now. I could have added the multi-RTMP outs here with like 3 button clicks. That's the easy part.
Okay.
The hard part was the hardware and getting all this set up and looking good. I had duct taped an on-air sign here, and I guess it was too jank because they took it down. But yeah, we had a super
Was it a
jank-
black piece of paper with white writing?
No, it was an actual
There's your problem.
neon
Yeah,
on-air sign,
issue.
but we had black duct tape pushing it up on the wall there.
Still
But
issue.
I
gotta
thought
go
that black
Vercel.
duct tape would be enough for Vercel to be okay with it because like the black and white theming. But
Who started
Yeah.
skill issue? Like when did that come up?
that's an
How come-
old gaming thing.
Okay.
That's something you say to people to emotionally bruise them.
Oh, you
Yeah.
said that to me earlier.
That's how I got
Just
blocked by
kidding.
Jonathan Blow.
Huh?
Jonathan Blow tweeted that it was embarrassing that he could buy a brand new high-end Windows gaming machine and YouTube would still like be choppy to like browse and load videos in. And I quote tweeted it with skill issue and got blocked immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
It was a skill issue, but
is it
yeah,
on the side of YouTube?
probably.
But nonetheless, there's a skill issue
Yes,
somewhere in here.
Somewhere skill happened there.
That does sound brutal. All right, I am interested. Okay, so I've never been to Miami, and I've never been to a proper React conference. I think there's only one thing to do.
Hey, can we get Prime to React Miami? I'm sure Michelle's down. I don't want to speak for her, but I
I know.
would be very... Oh, there she is.
I know. She was right in
Michelle
front of
over?
us.
Michelle.
That's why I was
Can we
hoping
bring,
she would
can we
actually
bring
hear.
Prime to React Miami? Official blessing. Can we bring Prime to React Miami next
Am
year?
I allowed to go? Okay, I
Cool.
wasn't sure because sometimes some conferences may or may not have mentioned in their code of conduct, so I just wanted to verify.
Cool. There will officially be at least 2 mustaches at React Miami confirmed. Thank you, Michelle.
talk. Keep the taint talk on the DL.
Keep the what
No,
talk on
it's
the
a
deal?
React
The taint,
conference.
taint.
It's going to be
The what?
mostly about the taint.
Exclusive taint
Yeah.
rights.
Oh my god. I feel like you
Can
guys
I
have
react
waited
to
your
the React
whole life
conference?
to say this word as many times as you said it. There's so
Absolutely.
much joy in saying
Yeah, we
this.
grew up
Like,
watching
do you see
Jackass.
they're so happy.
Absolutely. We needed this.
This is the problem, is that this is why companies can't do this, okay? Because now I find myself abusing the taint,
Yeah.
which is just completely inappropriate to even say.
Did you
out
see
loud.
Sebastian's reply to my tweet about it?
No.
My
I didn't even see your
marketing-
tweet about it, to be real.
Just
Just like,
screenshotted the the part of the post that mentioned the taint for the first time, and he replied, "I see my marketing strategy is working. Thankful one name could get us to start talking about security. This was the plan the whole time,
That's
and
pretty
he
good.
succeeded.
That is good.
We are now regularly talking about security in the new full stack model.
He had full on 40 chest that one.
Yes, he absolutely did. He's not even a native English speaker too. That's the best part.
I like that now that I'm here, I recognize people from their Twitter pictures. Every
do
now and then
too,
someone
yeah.
walks by and I'm like, I recognize that guy.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. I don't look at all like my Twitter picture anymore. I need to retake it.
You mean because your hair is a lot lighter now?
The hair's lighter and mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll fix it eventually. Just need to make sure the background color stays the same so people recognize me.
Yeah. It's a good color.
Just smile like that.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
I'll just switch to your picture.
There you go.
should have changed your profile picture on YouTube to Tej when you were gone.
That would require me to do actual work.
That's fair. Don't you have
It's a good
team?
joke. I don't
What was
lean
the
into
meme
jokes.
you were creating earlier? You were working.
Okay, I
we
wasn't.
get to see
I
that?
no. Well, I was gonna try to find it. I wanted to find a good little
He's,
online
like, on
program
his
to just
phone-
do a little paint,
On his phone, like trying to like.
so I could just say, I am not going to mention HTMX, and so that way I could just like hold it open and it just say, I'm not going to mention it. Not going to do it.
Doing our best. Is Warren even alive after all that? Is Joker gifting 25 subs right now?
Nice.
Jesus, guys, you're going crazy. We appreciate
Trash,
the
come
support
sit down.
so much.
So many subs, Trash. Do you know what that's
Trash,
like?
come sit down.
Yeah, he has no idea. When's your talk, Trash?
Yeah. When's your talk? Can we react to your talk?
Oh, it did?
Wait,
I
it
thought they
did?
only had one screen, though, this year, didn't they? Oh. I thought they were only doing one stage this year. My bad on that. Cool. Well, I promise we'll go back and watch your talk eventually. I don't know if it'll happen live or not, but was it good? Okay. According to Trash, talk was okay.
All right.
So if we have time for some okay content, we might get there.
That sounds pretty exciting. I would love to watch mediocre content.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to watch it. I didn't realize we missed it.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah, you can come sit.
This
chat.
one's on.
Yeah, Trash, come sit down.
Yeah. An
I
honorary
don't know.
speaker.
I don't know what I'm gonna say. This brownie's really good. That's all I really wanted to tell you guys.
Oh, I appreciate the knowledge there. We're live right now.
Give me
so
that
I know.
brownie.
Trash, do you have any brownie in your teeth? You good?
Huh? I don't want to. Are you guys live the whole time?
Yes. We're actually on the screen in the big room right now.
Sorry, you shouldn't have said that. Now I just put brownie on my teeth.
Yeah.
You got it everywhere.
So
You
good.
got
All
a
right.
tooth knocked out.
I didn't know we were on the screen.
Yeah.
You okay? Nervous now that
They
you're on the
took the
big screen?
internet down as they were putting us on the big screen, so I didn't actually know if or when it would be live, which was fun. But it worked out. It all worked out. Yeah, the team's working really hard to keep us online and get this all working. I'm proud of the setup and how well this is all maintained, especially with the chaos of like the noise levels and everything going on.
Theo, what time is your talk?
I have no idea. I should actually probably know the answer to that. I will go check.
My guess is that the internet is really hard to run, particularly here, considering, A, you're using up a good amount of bandwidth, right, to upload. And there literally is 1,000 cell phones all connected to the same, all trying to pipe through the same
We're all
router.
watching the stream.
Hey, look
Oh,
at that. That's
hey.
us.
Yeah, I.
See someone who's
maybe,
so cold
I
that
think
they're
that's
wearing
just
a
the.
beanie.
Yeah, this is just for the
Oh,
main
nice.
stage, so
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
main stage.
know.
No, I think no one watching the stream can see us do that. Oh,
Yeah, nobody watching can see us do this. I just want to
Oh,
find
look, it's clerk.dev.
when my talk
Is the stream gonna go when you're talking? And Prime host it? Is that it?
No, I didn't
Take
realize
over?
that
Click on the schedule.
this one
Click on
was
the
running.
schedule to
Oh,
the
is there a
right.
schedule button?
Yeah.
Cool. That's actually a good thing to click on. Yeah. Wow. We missed a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because we don't get to see them all. We only see main stage. Oh, there's
So I'm at
Theos.
212. The things Vercel won't show you. So for whatever reason, not only did Vercel invite me to be here for this, they also invited me to give a talk about the things that they won't tell you about Next.js. So there's some fun cursed patterns in there, things that you probably shouldn't do, but I'll still recommend you do.
So I have a quick question. If there are things that Vercel won't tell you, but they invited you to talk at a conference about the things they won't tell you, are they telling you to do that?
No.
That kind of sounds like a passive invitation.
I'm telling them
Like,
to
hey,
let-
by the way, we're not saying to do this,
Okay.
but come on and tell us about it.
One of the things might have been from a Vercel employee, but when said Vercel employee showed that thing to the other Vercel employees that actually make Next.js, the response was, wow, that shouldn't work. Please don't do that. So
I'd recommend doing it.
yes,
If
I will
enough people do
absolutely
it,
be
it'll
doing
become a feature. Just like rocket riding in Fortnite, it'll be fantastic.
Yep. That paper sounds real good, Trash.
Yeah, thanks, Trash.
Oh my god.
Amateur content creator. I'm sorry.
Learning your best. Yep.
You're not at your home
This
where you
is
can
the real
eat.
stream experience for anybody who's watching this right now on the big screen. You've never watched a Twitch stream before. It is just this: us eating and making jokes at each other, and occasionally bringing value. I'd say like once every hour or two.
Yeah,
I'm full of value.
Yeah, full of value. Value.
He's
and brownie.
normally full of
Wait.
gummy lifesavers, but tonight it's value.
Was that a centerpiece or was that an edge piece that you just had?
It was definitely not an edge piece. It was pretty soft.
That's
it was
good.
Pretty soft. It was good.
You had full center?
It kind of tasted like full center. It was pretty squishy.
You know the
Very
trash
moist.
theorem, right? Which is at any point within 4 days, there will be a picture of a brownie with the center cut out of it that he will upload on Twitter. There's
Yep.
like a 4-day period of time where you can always find one.
We
And it
eat
gets
like
slightly
kings.
more
We eat like
painful every
kings.
time.
Eat like kings, baby.
Kings eat just the G. We call it the G spot at home. It's the good
the
spot.
taint?
No,
Is it
it's
the
the
taint?
no, it's the good spot. You don't. That's not. It's
stream.
not tainted at all. The double corner's the taint. Whereas like the center, the gooey, the good.
Someone said trash is my spiritual animal.
Trash is.
I would not
I'm a
agree with
human,
that, but
I'm
it's
not
cool
an
that you
animal.
feel that way. Like,
Wow.
sorry, I think that's
Oh, we're bringing the claws out.
hot take.
Madison's dunking over here.
Oh.
Yeah, I personally would not agree with
I
that
personally
statement.
would not agree with that.
Makes me feel slightly uncomfortable.
Should see if there's
Human.
anybody
Wrong
else
choice.
worth bringing in for a quick chat. It would actually be cool to grab some of the speakers to talk about their talks.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah. And also Trash, I guess.
No, trash. No.
I hyped it up. I hyped. Everyone saw it. I hyped up Next.js, baby. You know,
To be
routes.
fair,
To be honest, I mainly use the app router for nested routes. Your nested routes was just like something that it just made everything so much easier with it. You know.
Yeah.
It is, Ryan.
But
The
I also
nested-
called out that I like configs better though.
Yep.
You know,
There's part of me that likes configs better. You know what I mean?
I like a good config file. You know.
I realize that no matter what you choose, it always slowly devolves into something I dislike.
Yep.
That's pretty much my take on any time it comes to routing.
Yep. I find with configs
almost
that
said something. You like leaned in like, ooh, that's too hot, too hot, too hot.
I try to lean back so you guys can, make that lovely eye contact. So I'm in the middle.
I find that configs like starting point is slightly worse where like a basic website, it's just kind of silly that you have that all in a config file, and like file-based routing makes it easier to quickly grok like what is where. But once things start to get really complex, the configs carry you much further.
Yes.
There's a certain threshold where everything sucks, but there's a decently large window between when file-based routing gets chaotic and when configs get unmaintainable.
I try to avoid hitting that point at all costs.
Yeah,
I try to make it simple.
My goal is to be simple enough for long enough that TanStack router is stable by the time I hit that level of complexity.
Ooh, I'm
Not gonna
excited
go
for
on
that.
me.
No, I just took it off for you because you kept trying to put it on.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to put it on. Should I put it on?
Yeah.
Everyone
Gotta
was
blend
saying
in
who
with
has
us.
the bigger stash.
Madison
from these
100% does
guys.
not want to put that on.
I said-
I think I clearly have
She
the
really
bigger
doesn't, but
mustache.
I'll
she's
put it on
feeling
for a
the
moment.
pressure now.
Yeah, caving to peer pressure.
That's
Theo,
upside down.
I don't know.
Let me see.
You don't know how
there you go.
mustaches
I
look?
think. Yeah, that's the right way. You're good. Yeah, that's
all right, who
the
has a
point.
bigger mustache? Me or Trash Dev? Go. One in the chat for me,
What about
2 in the
me?
chat for Trash Dev. Let's go.
Oh, wow. It's
huge.
You got
Hey, Trash,
not
you need
much
one?
there,
I
too.
got a whole bag. All right, Trash, you've won.
You grab your stash.
You've won with your amazing stash.
My stash is
Okay.
on my name tag.
The stash
live
has made
right now
such
on
a
the TV.
comeback.
So, okay. How can I ask a quick
So
question?
uncomfortable. How do you guys
Go ahead,
like?
ask
Aren't
it.
you like itching your nose all day with this?
Have you ever got used to something?
Have you ever gotten used to something?
Yeah.
You, I guess. I have to get
I
used
don't
to you now. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you think about wearing socks? It's like always touching your body and stuff.
Yeah, I
and
guess
it's
that's
weird,
true.
and you just forget about
Yeah.
things, you know? I know. That was like
gross.
math. I just mathed you so hard.
Yeah.
Get wrecked.
Just genius.
I'll take this back.
Can we bring someone else on?
Yeah, you gotta find
waiting
someone.
if we can find Michelle. Yeah, I wanted to bring the speakers who
I'll
we
keep-
watch the talks of so we could talk
keep
about
my
the
eyes
talks. So we could talk while we talk and react while we react, you know? Yeah.
That makes sense.
Doing our best. Okay?
I'm just reading the chat. Sorry.
Never read chat. Okay?
I'm reading the chat.
Me and Prime were meant to be the ones
Is
who
it
know
not sticky
nothing
enough?
about
Yeah.
Next.
An attempt was made.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair. I have used Next. Okay, Theo taught me Next.
Yeah. That
And then he
stream
showed me
still gets a lot of
T3 right
views.
afterwards and
I
was
use
like,
Next.
look how much better all this is than Next. I remember that happened.
Perfect.
Oh,
Looks great. Now we're talking. Perfect.
the new
A
T3,
plus.
the new T3 stack
Love
has
it.
taint in it.
Looks great. I'm gonna give Michelle her
It's
message too.
T4 now?
T4.
Yeah.
T3
Yeah,
plus
no,
taint, is that T4?
I've been
Yeah.
using Next. I feel like Next has become like how, as a front end dev, you had to learn React and now you have to learn Next. Like it's becoming like that.
Yeah.
In terms of new people coming in.
You don't have to
It's
keep it
just
on. It's
so-
not staying. An attempt was made. We appreciate the
I
effort.
tried.
I
Does
know
that
it's
mean
hard. It's a
people are
woman
going to
grow
say
mustache,
the
but-
following phrase? Well, I learned Next before I learned JavaScript. Am I going to
You're
hear
really
that
triggered by
phrase
that.
out of their
You're really
face?
triggered by that.
Their
I'm sorry.
face
But they are.
hole?
It is Next is becoming this thing of like, yeah, React
So,
Next, learn immediately.
My,
JavaScript.
my hot take of
I'm
why
going to commit Sudoku if this keeps going on.
my hot take of why I actually really like people learning React through Next is that you shouldn't just be thinking about the front end when you're learning front end. Like front end is built on top of back end fundamentally, even if you're just serving an HTML file that is being served by a server of some form. And Next isn't pretending that the front end lives by itself anymore. So you are inherently doing a little bit of back end, even if you're just using Next as like a front end builder. You're at least thinking about it now and thinking about that relationship between the parts more. And I think that's almost always a good thing.
My wife, while we were at TwitchCon, called me up, and she had a whole group of people on the phone. Okay, there was at least 6 people, and they were like, "Hey, we have 2 questions for you." The first question was, "Who hid the bitcoins?" And I said, "Por qué, Maria?" And she responded with, "Well, you have to mine them and get them out. So who put them there to begin with?" It was the most adorable, beautiful question that 6 adult human beings ever asked me in my lifetime. The second one was, when I go to Amazon.com, where does that go?
I was trying to
it was
understand where you were going with this. I was very confused
It's
at
good
first.
to learn about a server, okay?
Full circle. Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
good
see
to
what
learn
you
about
mean,
a server, but I
like
really
Theo
just
was
wanted to mention the
saying.
who
Yeah.
hid the bitcoins, because it's my current favorite thought that I have on the regular. I kind of giggle to myself every now and then, like, someone did hide the bitcoins if you think about it.
Oh, Prime.
I actually think I started using Next more when I watched that video that you did about Create React App.
Oh, that's a classic.
And that's when I really started going into Next.
I forget about that video. It still gets a decent number of views. That was a while ago. I did not know how to YouTube yet. That was like an hour and a
Great
half
video.
long for a video that should have been 10 minutes.
Lots of good stuff about the, Create issues.
I was seeing if I could throw off the focus. I've been noticing it's going.
Yeah.
Sorry. Me and Trash
Sorry,
are having our
and
own
their
little side
autofocus.
combo right now.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
I would have
like
manual
every high
focused
school
if I
photo.
had people here sitting in the seats when I set everything up, so I got stuck left on auto for it.
That's
Dang,
okay.
he just said you're really late.
Yeah, dude, I was late. I walked in at I kid you not, I was standing out there. I could like see into here, and I was just like, yeah, I gotta get in. They're like, where's your QR code? And I'm like, what?
That's so funny because I just walked up and I was like, I'm on the live stream and they let me in immediately. But then when you were talking to that guy and we came and got you, and then the security guy, he was like, why don't you just tell me that in the first place, Brian?
I don't want to be one of those people like,
eh.
excuse me, I can't be dealing with lines and shit. I'm speaking.
Yeah.
Get out of my way. Like, so I was like, I gotta like participate in the QR code.
I didn't mean you had to do it like that. You could have, okay. It was perfect timing.
I should have just walked by, said nothing.
I have a real question now, related to why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's for Theo. Okay, so if we want someone to learn Next.js, obviously they need to learn the backend because, API routes, etc. Do you think it's potentially too much for a newcomer to kind of grasp one, React and its ecosystem, then on top of that, whatever's specific to Next.js, and then on top of that, the whole backend stuff?
I think that learning fundamentals and building are different things. And the problem I saw previously was that people would try to build the full thing with just create React app and then quickly realize, oh, I guess I need one of these backend things. What is that? That's how we ended up with the Firebase chaos that we're stuck in to this day.
Firebase reference, called it.
Yeah, I think that they just announced the Next.js Learn portal. We already have the incredible React docs and all the resources and stuff around that. I think learning React and learning the basics of anything should be a separate process from building with it. Once you've learned those core fundamentals, which you should do on a website or a tutorial, not in a project that you've scaffolded and built, learn those things, or even have a tab by the side that you're going back to as you try building with those things. Do I think you have to learn a lot of things to build a full application? Yeah, but how much of each you have to learn depends on what you're building and what you're doing. And starting from the point of having I want to build a calculator for my World of Warcraft guild, or I want to build a website for my Minecraft server, or I want to build a better portal for people to check dogs into my local vet. When you have the thing you want to build, starting from there, trying, and then seeing what you don't know and what you need to learn more of, and then going and learning that tends to be a much better process overall. And with Next, yes, there is more surface area you have to think about because there's a back end and a front end now, but it comes with the benefit of you now know where those two things are and have a better point to Google search from. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I do think with the new RSC paradigm, it is kind of hard to understand at first where that divide is between the front end and the back end. Right?
Use client. That's where it's at.
Use client still
What is
server.
the
that, right?
Firebase chaos that you're talking about?
Oh, God. Google's a partner of Vercel, so I will keep my mouth shut for now.
Yeah, I was about to say,
sorry.
this is a professional stream, okay? I made no
Sorry,
dick
guys,
jokes
sorry.
today.
Feel free to go through
really? You
any
did
of my
make that?
videos about databases or platforms, and you'll hear plenty of me talking about Firebase.
So this is something I've always been curious about, because now we're kind of in the day and age where people, how they learn is through a very practical means, right? A lot of boot camps, a lot of hey, to get started, we're going to start by, moving squares in JavaScript and launching a server in Express or whatever, whatever soup du jour of where we're at. And now it's Next.js. I always wondered if it is a nicer path, if it's better. I'm not saying it is or isn't, the whole university route. Is it still relevant today? Is it still good?
Yes.
Obviously, some people just naturally do better in a 4-year program. That's just hands down, right? But I also learned how to program via Java. But nonetheless, I still learned Java. I still learned how to do it and built a terminal app. And so there's not I didn't have to know what a server was or what a request is. I didn't have to even think about how to get the datas. I didn't have to think about encoding and decoding. And there's thousands of steps you have to do to just do anything. Whereas I kind of got all of that slowly over time. And then it just felt so easy to make those transitions because I was oh, yeah, server. I know what that is. I took a Linux class.
I think the value of university isn't just in learning how to code and these specific classes you take and all that.
Blackout drunk.
I learned how to code before going to school, but I got so much out of my time in university, largely I dual degreed in audio engineering and software engineering, which was really cool. I got a lot more out of my audio program overall. But more importantly, I was surrounded with peers that were in a similar place. Talking to programmers every day, working with programmers, having them just surrounding you and being that deep that way for 4 years during what are the most important windows of your life from 18 to 22. That's when you're most primed to learn, most primed to make friends. And to this day, half or more of my closest friends are programmers I met in school.
Yeah, that's fair take.
My CTO and roommates I met at university. Most of my investors for the first seed round at Ping, I met in university. These connections go so much further than any piece of paper ever could. And even if you just go for a year, make some friends, realize it's not for you and you want to have a job and drop out, A+, totally fine. The value is not just the degree, it's all of the opportunities of being surrounded by other people doing the same thing at the same time.
There's definitely obviously you can achieve anything without a degree, but, not fair. You can't become a doctor without a degree. But in programming world, you can pretty much achieve anything you want without a degree, but there is definitely like a multiplication factor of just having the same people. That's why I recommend quite frequently, I think TJ might have been the first person that pointed this out. I know, look at me, I'm giving attribution properly, which is that if you want to learn a new language, a great time to do it is Advent of Code. Because Advent of Code, there's like 9,000 people also all learning a new language at that exact moment, and you guys can all do the same problems on this. It's like a mini university feel for just a moment, and it's super cool.
What about the people who are, maybe you're over 25 and you're still thinking about that question? Because I do feel like there's this big debate, a question of, do you need a CS degree to be a developer?
I think it's easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're struggling to find community and like surround yourself with other people who are coding and learning to code, something like college can help a lot with that. But like, I would never recommend a remote college. That would be very hard for me.
That would
be
ruin every
completely
aspect.
pointless, yeah.
I do think it's really interesting because this debate of like, do you need a CS degree to be a developer? And then you have this one side that's like, yes, you need a CS degree to be a legit developer. You have like this other side that's like, you don't need a CS degree, and that's gatekeeping, the gatekeepers, right? But I think it's really interesting because I feel like what we should actually talk about more is that computer science fundamentals are helpful one way or the other, and you can learn them even if you didn't get a CS degree. And I feel like that's what a lot of like the self-taught crew, like including me, were missing for a while, is actually like understanding what is happening beneath the abstraction that you're working on and like digging into that. That's why I've been learning some C. Someone in the chat just said that, but that's literally why I've been learning C. Just trying to understand like what's going on beneath the hood more. Like when you learn JavaScript for the first time, I didn't even think about memory or what's happening. And then you learn that in other languages, you actually have to manually figure out, allocate your memory. And I just think it's so fascinating to, peek under the hood. Like that will make you a really good developer. So in like the whole debate, I feel like that's the part that's missing. Like we need to focus on that more and more curriculum for that, more video. You guys both rant about this a lot. And yeah.
I actually really disagree on this point. I think that there's two pieces that get missed a lot. So that's one of them. But the one I think is more important, and you've done a great job of working through this, is surrounding yourself with peers that are in a similar point of learning. Like learning how to code alone sucks, not just because learning how to code is hard, but because you don't know how much success you're having, if you're keeping up with others. And I've known developers who are some of the best developers I've ever talked to that feel like they're falling behind because all they're seeing is like the 3 influencers they follow on Twitter who are doing crazy stuff all the time. They don't have peers that have been programming for a year that they could compare themselves to and work with and learn and gauge their own learning. It can feel very, very lonely and isolating to learn how to code. And you've done a great job with this, with everything from your book club to your involvement in all these communities and stuff. Like you don't even see this to a point because you're just hanging out with us anyways. But the average developer, especially those getting started, are very lonely when they get started.
Yeah, I could see it. Yeah.
Yeah. One more thing that's positive about college is that it has career fairs.
Yeah.
People like right now, you try to just cold turkey all those different jobs, hoping that you can get your first job by, applying to 10,000 places. You probably will eventually, but it's way, way harder. Whereas at a career fair at a university, you walk up and you're like, hey, I'm in my 3rd year. They're wanting to talk to kids in their 3rd year. And then they're also talking to you, can talk to them, right? Like just even having a conversation that is 10 times more valuable, no matter how cool your Twitter is, your GitHub, anything. They just get to see you and go, oh, I like that person. Yeah, let's get a resume. Hey, yeah, let's get you in for 15 minutes. And then all your other stuff just multiplies.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's like, I don't know, I like that.
That is so interesting because I think a while back, I wouldn't have expected you guys to have those takes, like so much more pro computer science. And that's not a very popular take on Twitter.
It's also one of my least popular videos.
Gatekeeper, you're gatekeeper if you say that. You're
That's because Twitter's filled with the stupidest people in the universe. The problem is you can only form one-dimensional thoughts on Twitter. So if you say you need a degree, then naturally people are like, well, technically. And you're like, I mean, yes. You can't explain all that in a tweet unless you're going to be the person that writes those gigantic expanding tweets. Nobody likes that, right?
I've never written a tweet beyond the characters. Like no one reads those, right? But I agree with Theo's point that learning to code can be very lonely, and unless you have some sort of community, you're falling off, or unless you really try hard to be online a lot. I don't know. I guess that's what I did.
And that has its own separate issues
I used to watch your guys' YouTube videos. Now I'm here, so.
Yeah. It
Started
works
from the bottom. No.
But most people, like one of the hard things you have to deal with in that scenario, if you're meeting these people online, is that you're meeting the people who are the most visible are the ones who are the most successful. and keeping up with them is going to be incredibly hard.
Oh, yeah,
Where when
me
you go,
keeping up with these guys, oh my gosh. I mean, and that's great because I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to be around developers who are better than me so I can get better and just like, tonight everyone's having a drink and I can learn and listen, but also it's hard to keep up. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would you leave the room if you were the smartest person in the room?
Would I get up and walk away right now? No, just kidding.
You know that phrase, right? Don't be
Yeah.
the smartest person in the
I
room.
can leave if you want me to.
I'm not accepting that even as a joke. Look at me not
Would I
laugh.
leave the room if I was the smartest person in the room?
I had
No.
to. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. I always hated that phrase. Sorry, I know we're kind of tangenting
I
here.
love that phrase.
You know why
I
I hate
do
it?
too.
It's
Well, at what
because
point do you stay?
because the problem is every room would have to be empty
Yeah, because everyone leaves.
because everyone would eventually have to leave.
Everybody is smarter than somebody else in some way.
Yeah, I mean that's the
That is
real
true.
answer is
See,
that
see,
being
right
too
there.
smart is multifaceted. But nonetheless, like if you really applied that rule judiciously, there's sometimes where you enter a room and you just are the smartest person in the room because it's just like, hey, we're going to talk about the thing you've done for the last 10 years, and you're like, I'm really good at the thing we've done for the last 10 years. It's like
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't.
You
really,
want that person to stay in the room and teach others if they want, be helpful. type of
Every
thing.
person has
Yeah.
ability to multiply a problem, and it's just like I'd rather try to make people more multiplies than less. I'm not trying to like shit on your favorite phrase or anything. I just personally want to shit on that phrase.
I mean,
Okay,
fine, I don't care.
it makes me angry.
I get it. Yeah.
There's something
I
about
like the
that
general
phrase that makes.
concept of just always be learning from,
Yes,
surround yourself
I
with
like
smarter
that.
people, and then you will grow. Kind of like the college point that Theo is making. You're making. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. See, all aligned.
I find that trying to teach someone a topic you know makes you learn it better. If I want to get smart at a topic, I don't try to find people smarter than me. I try to teach people that are less qualified than me.
I just make a YouTube video where I use it incorrectly and read the comments.
That's also one of the single greatest ways to learn
Well,
is
like
to
a
say
course.
something wrong on the
How do you
internet.
guys
Like a
feel
course
then
or a talk.
about learning something and teaching it as you learn? Or like, you just learned this thing and now you're going to be immediately teaching it possibly on
That's
your
when the
channel. How do you
knowledge
guys
is the
feel about
freshest.
that? Yeah.
Like if I was to teach Next right now, it would be much worse than if I taught it a year ago when I was much deeper in the weeds with it, building with it every day. But yeah, I think it varies a lot. Depends on the goals, like how definitive of a resource you're creating. Something I've got feedback on a lot is in a lot of my older tutorials that weren't tutorials, it's just me building live. People loved that they were watching me debug and deal with errors. But now that I'm planning my tutorials ahead,
No
it's
errors.
an actual planned thing. Way fewer mistakes. I'll still intentionally bake some in, but it doesn't feel the same. And people definitely notice the difference there. There's a lot of developers who it feels good to see what it actually looks like to work and learn through a thing. So if it's a resource in the sense, not that like this is the definitive way to learn HTMX, but this is me learning HTMX with you so you can both learn the framework and you can learn how I learn things. That's a whole different experience that can be very valuable.
Yeah, I love when I see you guys solving a bug live on
Says,
stream.
let trash talk.
Oh, sorry, Trash.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm not gonna say.
Wait,
I'm
seriously?
I'm still in the college part in my head. I'm like,
do it.
I'm like,
Let's hear your
He's
college
just
takes.
empty on the inside, really,
Yeah,
is what's
Trash, I wanna
happening.
hear
He's
your-
like,
I have like
shit,
this
what were we
huge
talking about?
queue of just things I want to say, but I'm just.
Someone
cite
left a
them.
comment.
No. So we're gonna rewind to the college part. I would say.
I'm
Wait,
telling you to lean in.
Okay.
There you go.
I think, at least specifically in America, college is a privilege. So it's like not everyone, it's not accessible, at least in the US, right? So it's easy to say, yeah, you should go to college and get a degree. But the reality is, in America, it's extremely hard, right? Like in Europe and stuff, I don't know. From what I hear, it's like free in some cases. I don't know. Talking to like Julius and others,
Yep.
it's like considerably cheaper. But in America, it's like,
For
State university is like $3,000 a year.
yeah,
You can-
so
I
like
mean,
so back
that's
to
where I went.
Yeah, so like back to your comment about like, you could potentially go to a career fair, right? But I will say like companies do handpick, those schools, right? Like Ivy League, et cetera, which are like known for just being insanely expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying don't get a college degree, but I'm speaking specifically in America. It's just like, it's tough. It's for sure like it's way tougher.
I'm actually much less for the spending the big money to go to the big school. That's not something I recommend very often at all. And the career fair isn't one of the benefits I push for that reason. What will happen though is one of the people from your state or local school will end up working at a cool company through connections they already have or friendships or whatever. And if they remember you as one of the peers that stood out in any way, shape, or form, you will get that referral. And
Yeah,
the
I
way
agree
you
with
get
that.
your first job is almost always a referral. It's
Yeah.
so hard to get that first gig otherwise.
I agree with that, but also like the internet now, assuming you're like a somewhat outgoing person or extroverted, you can make those connections online through open source and et cetera, et cetera. It's easier said than done, 100%.
Yeah.
But I will say you can definitely go that route if you can't
but
go the other way, right?
If you go to college planning to go for 4 years, and then that route ends up working out in your first year, there's no shame in dropping out.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
that's
that
fair.
like
That's fair.
the default, like the base recommendation, the same way we say you should use TypeScript. It's not because you shouldn't use JavaScript or you shouldn't use Rust. It's a really good starting point. And when you're ready to move to something else, you'll know and you'll make the right call. I think you should go to college if you're wanting to become a programmer. Is a similar take where like it's not that you have to get a degree or you're not a real programmer, and it's not anybody who doesn't go to school is irresponsible. It's the base starting point that I recommend if you're looking to get into code and you can go to university. You should start there, and if better opportunities happen, you should take those better opportunities.
And if they can't, I would say join your Discord server, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Got a lot of people
T3
jobs in
sub.
that Discord.
That's what we're talking about. I mean, I was getting a master's in ML. You may have heard of it. Pretty popular topic these days. And I dropped out to work at Netflix.
I didn't
Bill,
know
you
that.
work there? Gross.
Yeah, gross, trash.
Imagine
Is that
working
kind
at
of like
Netflix.
Hulu?
It is literally just like maybe like a kind of like a littler brother to Hulu.
So you got the opportunity when you were in school, and you decided go work at Netflix.
I said F that racket and
Pause
went
the
straight to.
masters.
He's like, give me
Yeah.
that bag, baby.
I didn't pause it. I did not
Yep.
pause it. I threw it in the garbage.
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
I
Like, if you
just-
have an opportunity that's more exciting than college and you've made the connections you want to make, you're ready to move on,
You can
do
always
it.
go back too.
Yeah.
It's there forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's harder. That's not a real
Yeah.
thing.
I feel like I would
promise-
do better in college now at my maturity level
These
than I
gifts
was
are
when I
going
was
crazy.
in college.
Thank you, CD, for the gifts.
Right?
I'm curious about that. I'm curious if that's a real thing.
I don't know, but I feel like if I went to college now, I would take it way more serious. And
Yeah.
because when I was in college, I just played video games and
Yeah.
partied. You know what I mean?
See, I was just on the recently quitting meth train, so I was
Yeah.
pretty dang serious at that point. So I got a 2.16 in high school, and I got like a 3-something up, 3.5, 3.6. I almost doubled my GPA
In college?
in college versus high school.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you switch to Rust?
Rust
numbers.
wasn't even invented then.
This was like, what, 73?
Trash, you are old, making old people jokes. I
I'm
don't-
21.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have a mustache.
Trash is in high school.
I know.
He's clearly in high school.
I gotta go fly to UCLA after this. I have a class. Yeah.
Second most type-safe high schooler.
There you go. Oh, my hat.
Shut up, Christine.
Low level learning.
It actually says Christine on his badge.
It does. Earlier I was
Someone's
like,
trolling me at Vercel, 100%.
Yeah.
This is so good.
I want answers.
Well, yeah. What's your position? Classic department head hairstylist. That is clearly a
It's
troll.
not real. It's not real.
Clearly.
It's messed up.
One of the hosts, when I grabbed your panel or your badges for you guys, I was so hyped that yours just said Prime. She's like, "Oh my God, is that like a problem?" Like I was hoping you would be cool with that, like the way that you use Theo. I was like, "He's gonna like that it just says Prime." You're too
Yeah.
worried. And
This
it,
is.
I feel like Prime is becoming a thing. I never call you the Primogen. I
should've
always call
been
you
a
Prime.
Jin.
Yeah.
I feel like it's becoming a thing.
Yeah,
It's too long to say the Primogen.
It's like
You can
Logan
say Prime.
one
Paul.
thing.
It's always
Drop
been Prime.
the Gen.
Well, first off, I can't get that handle. That's like an impossible handle to get.
Wait, what? What handle?
Prime.
Oh, it's impossible. Yeah,
that'd be
It's like trash. It's like a basic word of the language.
Wait, someone said, why are they ordered by height? Oof.
Yeah.
Should we stand
happens.
up? Okay.
I can't
Theo,
keep that
your
position.
gorgeous hair is adding a little height too.
It
Just a
is.
little bit.
It helps. It does. I was already tall.
you're
and
also
then I did
extremely
that.
tall, yeah.
Yeah. It happens. Do this to myself. We have another 20 minutes, I think, of being on the big screen before they cut back to the real content.
Nice. I'm glad we could not entertain them for this long.
I would check the viewership, but I'm scared to see the number.
Don't check it. It's
Oh,
not
it's
worth
like
it.
a-
Don't check
YOLO.
it.
Hashtag it. It's not worth it.
Guys.
They're still getting 800 on the live stream, so they only went down by like 200-300. So that's,
Nice.
Yeah, I guess
We're
we're
doing
good
well on
content.
the live. On
Twitch
the,
is doing
Should we bring
good.
someone on?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
haven't
it's
checked my
switching.
Twitch. What's Twitch at?
1.1.
Oh, not bad. Especially since we went down twice.
yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, that's pretty neat.
It's because you're
Yeah,
here,
people
Trash.
want to be here.
Yeah,
it's
trash.
true. I mean,
Yeah.
We want you.
Okay, one's in chat
I-
if you're here for trash.
Yeah.
One in chat if you're here specifically.
please. If I don't know you, just please.
Oh yeah,
I
there
didn't
we
know
go.
you-
I saw Zero
Bash
from
Bunny.
Bash.
Yeah, Bash Bunny said that.
Is this what it's
Bash
like to be
Zero.
famous?
This is.
Oh, Jacob. See? Jacob. Wait, he's putting zeros. Never mind.
Yeah. He mistyped and put a 1.
I just realized Sam Lambert was texting me, letting me know when we were down. That would have been very helpful for me to have noticed earlier.
All right.
I have an actual.
Tell us about your book club. Oh, sorry. Let trash talk.
no,
Let
no,
trash talk. Hashtag it. Hashtag that.
No, I want to
My
hear
book
about.
club was started when I was learning to code, and it was very lonely, like we were talking about. I was by myself, living with my parents at the time, trying to learn to code.
Sorry, keep
Living
trash
in the
short. It's very
basement.
funny.
Keep trash short. And so I started a book club that eventually got, we have 10,000 people on our Discord, but it's still ongoing weekly now, and we've read 10 coding books, but we also do leak codes and things too, because there's a bunch of people on Twitter or in different Discords, but actually meeting up on Zoom is people really don't do that as much, actually trying to have some sort of real interaction where you're speaking, writing code and things like that. So yeah, it's all about trying to create a community if you didn't get the CS degree, but you're still trying to learn this stuff. Yeah, we were just reading Cracking the Coding Interview, super famous book. I feel like trying to go over
I feel like
algos.
I feel like there might be some bias there with that book.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
a great book, though. I can't tell you how many interview problems I've had right out of the gates of that book.
Do you get a commission from your sister?
No. She's not involved. I wish. That would be cool.
It is a good book, though.
It is a good book.
I abused it.
All right, follow-up question, which is, all right, so I'm new to programming. I'm looking somewhere to be. First off, Thea, why haven't you linked her Discord link in the chat? Second off,
I can't chat
I'm
unless I
new.
did.
How do I jump on to this moving train? Is it really just joining the Discord? Is it moving fast? Do I need experience? What does it take?
Actually, it depends on where we're at in the books, in the book series. So I think, reading Cracking the Coding Interview, I wouldn't say a beginner should have joined that one, because should you, as a beginner, learn algorithms immediately? But we've done other beginner-friendly ones. I don't know. I know you guys have opinions on data structures and algorithms, but yeah.
One more question. Do you accept people who struggle with reading? I know Prime's been looking for a group to hang out with.
Do you have are you guys gonna read the book Cracking the reading out loud thing?
You'll be the
Reacting
first
to
we
the
invite.
coding interview.
You'll be the first we
Reacting to
invite.
Okay, here, actual question. Do you think the books are helpful? Within this specific scenario of you all meeting up weekly, what's keeping you accountable? Do you think it's been working in general?
So I think in the beginning, so we've been doing this since 2020. It's been how many years is that? We've been doing it for a while. I think that.
Oh no, I'm seeing F's
the
in
books
chat. Is the stream down?
Oh no.
Is the stream down?
Guys,
refresh?
is the
No,
stream
it doesn't
down?
seem down. Back up.
It's
Okay, we're back.
Oh, we
Cool.
went down?
I guess so.
Anyway, long
Good
story
old
short.
You
internet.
guys
I think
missed
if
it.
you
I just told a crazy story.
If you do coding problems,
crazy.
if you just read a book, that's probably not as useful. If you do the coding problems and actively work on them with other people, I think that's where it gets useful. But I run into the problem where you're just reading a programming book and you're not really doing anything, right? It's like watching a coding tutorial. You're not actually really learning. You're just watching. You've talked about this. You're
You
watching
gotta
how
advent a
someone else
code.
did it.
You gotta advent
right?
and code it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Advent of Code is incredible and one of the best resources for, but the amount I have gotten from Advent of Code as a single thing is just absurd.
Do you have a video on that?
I have a couple, but they're actually I think one is I forgot what specific title was, but this programming challenge made me a good programmer or something like that I put out end of last year when I was doing it. I love those challenges. For those who aren't familiar, Advent of Code is a yearly code challenge that starts in December for the entire, or for December 1st to 25th, like an Advent calendar, like the little thing you'd take chocolate out of as a kid who celebrates Christmas. And the Advent of Code challenge is a new programming problem gets released every day at around 9 p.m. Pacific time, midnight Eastern time. And when that problem comes out, it has two parts, and you can only see the first part. You can do whatever you want to solve it. You can write code. You can do it by hand. There's this one person who does it in Excel. You just have to give the numeric answer that's based on your unique input. They give you a long input. You have to process it, do whatever you want with it. And as long as you get the right answer, you get to move on to the next part. And when you're doing this, there's literally hundreds of thousands of other people doing the exact same problems. Many are doing it in the same language, many are doing it in different languages, many are doing it in the craziest ways you can imagine. But it's this huge community of people that are solving these really increasingly difficult problems in increasingly unique ways. And it's such a powerful way to improve yourself as a developer, work with other developers solving problems in interesting ways, and just do cool stuff.
I usually like to solve about days 1 through 10 for me. I know you go all
It
the way
gets
up.
masochistic by the end, but I do the whole thing every year.
I think if you're looking just to gauge if you can be successful in an interview, if you can get through 1 through 10, that's a pretty good way to know I can do, other than getting completely blindsided by a question I've never heard of and I have no idea the data structure, you're going to just kind of go through.
I agree
at
with
that
that.
point.
10 to 12 is like the sweet spot.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
after that, it's like, man, you just
gets
suffer.
so hard.
It's just, I can't even like, my ADD, I'm just like reading halfway through. I'm like, I don't care anymore.
Most years they'll usually
Lost it.
have like between 5 through 7. There will be one that's just like way too hard just to
It's
throw
so
people.
It's
and
always
get-
tedious ones too. Where it's just like there's 19 states and you need to make a combinatoric of all of them.
Yeah.
In code.
There was only like
sure.
2 or 3 of those last year, but the year before had a lot of really tedious ones. There was one year where they had a recurring, I forgot what it was like. You had to make your own assembly interpreter.
Oh,
and
that was
every
one of the
other
best one.
problem would make you continue iterating on it. So if
I
you blew
love
one
that
day,
one.
it sucked. So they haven't done that since, thankfully. But yeah,
That was my favorite because that was actually rebuilding the int computer on the Apollo whatever. And you're like effectively rebuilding what NASA had at one point. It was super cool. It was
Nerd.
awesome.
NASA
that
engineer.
was the opcode one. Dude,
Yeah.
that was so I actually wish they did that again. Where they actually had like a progressively harder story over time. Oh man, what that message say? That was deleted by the
was-
I'm
that was
moderator.
11
so
years
bad.
old, teach JS. So,
yeah.
fun Twitch fact, even memes like I'm 12, what is this?
TOS, baby.
Will actually get you toss banned for being 13 or under on the platform. So be very careful when you make jokes like that.
I've also kicked somebody out of a Discord because they're like, I'm 12 or something like that. I'm like, you gotta go.
Yeah, so in order to get your Twitch account back, if that happens, you actually have to send a picture of your ID to support.
And if you're 14, good luck with your ID.
Yep,
Lol,
this is a real
loser.
thing. Yeah, it's
Age,
automated.
sex, location.
Poor little
Oh, dang. You're 12. Get the hell out of here.
Dang, guys.
Anyone? Old AOL days? You guys are all
ASL?
young.
ASL,
oh, yeah,
baby?
I know. You see, you're old. You're out of
AOL?
yourself.
I'm normal.
ASL.
I'm normal, baby.
What's normal?
It's
Somewhere between me and Prime.
a value that is 1 would be
Oh,
normal.
you got your energy back. You had your coffee. You calmed.
I know,
but now you're
calm
coming
down.
back
He's got
up.
his
I know. I'm
Terso
starting
swag
to get a
You're
little
starting to
juice.
I need to find some caffeine at some point. I'm dying out here.
Straight over there in
Yeah, I
that
don't
corner.
drink coffee though.
Jamie, give me some lattes.
Yeah,
There's
there's
no
lattes
this.
up there.
I need a tea.
I
I
feel
don't
like
think
that's-
Okay,
they
what's
have
your favorite
but-
tea? If you say some regular ass tea, you're not a real tea drinker.
I'm not a real tea
Earl-
drinker.
Earl
I'm a
Grey?
caffeine hunting tea
Teabag
drinker.
you. What is it? What do you like?
Earl Grey or black?
Oh, I was right. I just drink
simple.
black coffee.
I
Like a
didn't know you
murder.
don't drink coffee.
Not a coffee drinker.
So just only teas, caffeinated teas.
Yep. I don't normally have too
So
much
you're like,
caffeine,
a,
honestly.
you're like a British coder.
Yeah.
They drink
Yeah,
tea.
Matt Pocock and I are the two
Too?
Yeah.
British TypeScript guys.
Once you get good at TypeScript, you start finding yourself craving Earl Grey.
Yep, that's how it goes.
You just start writing
Guess I'm
everything
not
in
that-
And then
T's.
like you suddenly grow a
Everything starts
mustache.
with a T.
Teas. Hey,
Yeah.
speaking of TypeScript and teas and all that, when's your site coming out?
Oh, we're in early access, baby. TypeHero.dev.
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 What the hell's TypeHero.dev?
It's for masochists that like TypeScript. It's
You-
basically leak code for types.
Okay, lead code for types. Okay.
So if you know Anfu, who's done like Vue.js, all that stuff, he has the type challenge repo.
Yes,
And
I've used
so
it.
Matt Pocock got me on that, and I got addicted for like 2 months of just doing type
I
challenges.
remember that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you were live streaming them for a while.
I was live streaming doing type challenge. Remember that? I was
Yeah.
doing like
Yeah.
type challenges.
You were, like,
I-
ripping out
I
your
was-
hair.
I was addicted, and then I went to TRPC. I was like, I gotta apply this to real world. So then I found TRPC through Theo, and I was like, let's see what I'm made of. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make a whole ass website. And here we go.
He
Remember
made
this?
an ass website,
An
if
ass
you can
website.
believe that.
Remember the type
Legit.
challenge I gave you that we just devolved and did build
Oh,
a
the one
pattern
with the
for?
bug? The one with
Yeah,
the bug?
Yeah. Good times.
Did
Yeah.
you hear? Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I was gonna say, I had one
Types are
hard
so
TypeScript problem ever. I had an object that would take a validator that had like a type signature, and it would also take an action that was a function. I wanted to infer the input on that from the validator in the same object, but backwards inference in objects with keys just straight up doesn't work. It's entirely broken. And it's like the one time I need to do a somewhat hard TypeScript thing. I was like, there's no way this is this broken. Like, I have to be doing something wrong here. So I posted the snippet. I had Trash come in. I had a couple other like TypeScript wizards come in. They were going back and forth for like 2 weeks on it until multiple issues were filed on TypeScript. I think somebody put up a PR trying to fix it, but like that was chaos.
Can I tell you a story now?
Sure.
I haven't watched /Reddit. I don't even know if it's a video or an article, but its article name is I Made Flappy Birds in TypeScript Types.
Oh man,
I know, so I'm just like, what the hell is this? I gotta look at it.
I'm scared.
There's also the other one where he did the something of life problem. What's it
Conway's
called?
Conway's.
Conway. There you go. Sorry, my head.
Conway keeps coming up
Someone
today.
did that in
Conway's
Someone did that in
Game of
TypeScript.
Life.
in TypeScript.
I did an HTMX. What? HTMX mentioned Warren buffering drunk.
Oh my god. I swear you are HTMX.
I have a serious
could've sworn
question
you're the
for
same
Prime.
person.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Did you lick this microphone that's not yours?
Oh, does it stink?
No, but I have
This
rubbed
one smells
my
like
face
Prime.
on it. No, Tanner Lindsley he did
I
put his
feel
face
like I
on
saw a lick.
Ooh, it smells like tan stack.
And when you smell it,
Smells like
smell
Queries.
it. Just take a big
Async.
smell because it's all brand new.
That
So it
good
has this
form
really,
smell.
it has that new electronic smell, and there's just something so amazing about new electronic.
I hate you all
I
so
think
much.
it's like
This
that's
one
like
smells like
gasoline.
cash.
Some people think it smells good. Some people
Did you just say
don't.
gasoline?
Gasoline, yeah.
What the hell?
You like
Some
smelling
people-
gasoline?
Some people love the smell. Some people don't.
It's not
Oh,
bad.
I do love the smell of
Gasoline's
gasoline.
not bad.
Yeah. I could
Some
lose
people hate
all
it.
my brain cells.
I love it too.
I could just.
want to sit there and let it.
But I mean, it's probably
a
saying
Sharpie.
you
I
have
feel
a
like
problem.
you gotta use
Sharpies.
an
I could
interview
draw
question
my
going
own mustache
forward.
in Sharpie just to enjoy that.
Yeah.
Oh my
It'd
goodness.
just be like eyes roll.
Just immediately filter out anybody who says they like the smell of gasoline, so they can't be trusted.
I agree with this. I agree with this phrase. My mom would let me smell a Sharpie. Hold on, I know that sounds really bad, but she said just one smell because it causes brain damage if you do it too much. So I just one smell because then I wasn't too curious. I didn't run away and like smell like 9,000 times.
Yeah.
She's just like just once, but you can't, you know. Oh man, I
Clearly
could
that left
Good
an
parenting
impression.
What are we
technique.
talking about
Yeah.
right now?
huh?
Good parenting technique. I could see it.
Yeah.
It's actually the same way I recommend using unsafe in Rust.
Exactly. Just use it
Just once, get a smell.
Just a little
Remember
once,
that one time
taste
that
it.
Prime taught us Rust on Advent and Code?
It was awful. It was so hard. God.
I was using Vim though, and you were proud of me. Remember that?
Dude,
Oh
hell
yeah,
yeah.
that's when you were on his stream, right?
I'm
He was
all-
on my stream,
Yeah, I was on.
by the way.
Sorry.
Superior
By the way.
stream, superior
On
streamer.
the better Netflix stream, by the way.
By the way, I'm not a Netflix stream. By the way, I'm just a regular
Yeah,
ass
regular ass
So
man.
Prime was teaching Trash Rust.
man.
He
Yeah.
How
also
did that
taught,
go?
he taught Theo too.
Trash
yeah.
was much more receptive. Clearly, great coder.
Clearly,
Theo loves Elixir.
Yeah.
I am Elixir curious. My manager's an Elixir div, and he just keeps like shilling it to me in my one-on-ones.
Yep.
And,
We
you know,
do
I
that.
was like, man, I'm Elixir curious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
funny.
Elixir
I have now
curious.
coded in TypeScript significantly longer than I did my Elixir production stint, but I still miss it every day. It's an incredible language. Although I did take down production because I used a lowercase p instead of an uppercase p once.
Ooh,
Classic.
Small P
Yeah.
mistake.
That's small P energy right there. He can tell
Yeah.
right away.
Small p, big O.
By the way, it works.
What?
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 I need a cafe.
I can show you where one's at.
We have 6 minutes, guys. You can
Six?
hold together for 6 more minutes.
Oh, we got this.
Yeah, we
Hold-
absolutely
okay.
got this. It's
I
been
have
a
so many
Madison, are you
thoughts in my
okay?
head
Are
right
you
now.
sniffing that microphone right now?
I had an
Still?
itch.
You
and I
are.
was
I'm
using the
like in an
microphone.
internal
it
struggle
feels
to know
so
what I
good.
can and can't say. Because
Really?
on my stream, I say messed up things.
Oh yeah, no, you
Yeah.
can lean pretty far into it. I've leaned in
It's the
pretty
last
hard.
6 minutes. What are they going to do?
No, that's a good point.
You got to be who
Yeah, you'll
you
talk
are.
already.
You
Okay.
guys hanging out tonight?
I have no idea what I'm doing tonight. I have to get all my equipment home somehow at some point. But other than that, I have no idea what's up.
Yeah. What's up?
I don't know. After party? I think.
After party, yeah.
Potentially.
At the
At that
hotel
game
lobby?
place.
Prime and I have to film a
Holiday Inn?
video with Guillermo in a bit.
Oh.
We
Exciting.
do?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Do we know what it is about?
Oh
or
yeah.
spoilers?
This thing
Do
is
we?
gonna.
No
This
spoilers?
thing is gonna
No
be a
spoilers.
10,000 like. This is
Whisper
gonna.
in my
be a
ear,
big
guys.
one.
Whisper in my
10,000
ear.
like.
No.
Yeah.
And after last year's,
And we have to
with,
do the same thing again, where we each do the thing.
Yeah.
You know what
absolutely.
I mean?
What?
I remember last year's, which was like CEO of Vercel destroys open source dev, and it was you guys playing ping pong and you sucking at ping pong.
I won that game, by the way.
Did you?
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah,
I
you
let
came
him
through
get
at the
9
end.
points on me,
Yeah.
and then I beat him from 0 all the way to 10.
You did do that
believe it.
somehow.
I had to hot dog him. I hot
That was
dogged the
epic.
poor man. He had no idea what was going
The
on.
hot dog? What does that mean?
Yeah, no,
You know
I don't
what
know what
that
that means
means.
either. I genuinely don't.
I don't know how it happened, but I decided to start using the term hot dog to like replace it with bamboozled. It just is such a funny phrase to be like, I hot dogged that man. They're like, what?
Glizzy.
It doesn't even sound
Trying to make
sexual,
hot
but I
dog
don't even
happen.
know how to take this in right now. It's confusing.
That is confusing.
It is
I like
super
it.
fun. Yeah. I like using words that almost sound right. One of my favorite phrases is by Cam from chat, if Cam's ever in this one. He would say left-handed cigarettes. It's just like those like little phrases that like
that
kind of
mean?
kink your mind
I
for a
don't get
quick
it.
second. Where that's the point. There is no such thing as a left-handed
Yeah,
cigarette.
yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like cigarette smokers know this. I
No,
don't
it's
know.
just, no, these are left-handed cigarettes. You can't have. It's just like there's something so funny about.
It's a good one. I appreciate
Oh,
that one.
sorry. Oh my goodness. Is this thing
So apparently they originally had
It's IKEA.
planned to give us a folding table, like a crappy
I'd
just
rather have a
random
folding
one.
table than a table with wheels.
Honestly, yes, but
I'm like,
They don't lock. They should lock.
yeah, those ones might have gotten unlocked at some point. I can deal with that later, but I don't care enough. Yeah, the apparently the other table that they had didn't have any way to mount the mics, and they didn't have like normal freestanding mic stands. So this is what we ended up with. I'm happy that we
That's a
pulled
nice
this
setup.
together in just a couple hours because we were not ready at all before. I had to take multiple Uber trips to grab a bunch of stuff for it. It worked out.
This
we
is
we pulled
nice.
it off.
You can
Thank
see
you.
everybody.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird just being in
It's
the
a good
middle of
setup.
the room doing a podcast so everybody else is like around. People keep coming up and like, yo, Theo, can we chat? I'm like, I'm literally live right now. I'm sorry.
no one said that to me.
Literally, no one
No
said
one
that
even
to
knows
me.
who I am.
Not
Either.
a single
Everyone thinks I'm
person.
Christine, so.
No one knows who I am either. It's like,
Yeah.
Who's the girl?
Who are you?
You're who's
you're
that girl?
Yeah.
What are you guys doing with a
the
girl?
code
That's
interview
crazy.
girl, right?
That's Twitch chat right now. Is this?
Oh my God, you're the real girl? You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. This is
I
actually
don't
Bash
understand what
Bunny.
I'm saying
She's
right
a
now.
legendary Golang developer.
Yeah. You may have noted Bash Bunny. Right here.
We miss
Live.
you, Bash Bunny. Wish you were here. We were gonna get ready to get
Hi,
into our
I am
They made a
Bash.
Madison commanded YouTube chat. So
Oh, yay! Thank you. Yeah.
Yay.
What does that mean when you do that?
That's an Arch user shocked that there's a real girl, a real one. Wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I can't relate. I've been on macOS for like 8 years. Yes, I could start talking to my mom again because I went back to Mac.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still can't. I don't have audio.
Rip. You'll get working someday. I heard Alsa's doing okay nowadays, right? Is that the one?
I've programmed a little bit of the ALSA driver, and I actually got audio to work by using C and actual ALSA.
I feel like
But
there-
using Linux and just playing it with like a headphone, I struggle sometimes.
I feel like there's more people who have contributed to Alsa than have actually gotten it working reliably.
What is Alsa? Salsa without the
Another
S?
Linux sound
Yes.
something.
No, he's right. It's
talking
just
about
salsa.
salsa?
Salsa without the
Oh, I
S.
love salsa on chips. Is that the topic?
It's salsa.
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 Spicy Alsa?
Is that some spicy alsa?
Jalapeno Alsa? I can go all day. I can keep
Is that habanero alsa?
queso and Alsa.
Y'all can't be stopped.
Dude, we were in the partner lounge at TwitchCon and we were just saying the same thing for like 20 minutes.
There's
Just
a lot
cracking
of them.
up.
Is that pico de gallo or alsa?
Dude, I want Alsa.
These
All these
alsa, these nuts.
Oh.
Got
Hi,
him.
You made
ladies,
it
the
so
hi, ladies.
long.
Hi, ladies.
So long. We've been on the stage for like an hour 20. You just lit up the first D's Nuts joke.
I know. I've been
Wait, no, you did have. I thought there was one earlier.
There was
right?
one earlier, but it wasn't on
Slipped in.
stage. It was just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
This
thought it
one's.
was.
This one's. Put it on stage. Okay. Kind of a big deal.
The
Are you-
chat. We are all Prime's wife.
Are you guys
Yes.
all here the whole until the end of the conference?
what?
I don't know when the conference ends, but I'll be around. I don't know how long we'll
Yeah.
be doing this for. I'm honestly probably not going to go too much longer after we're off the big screen, but I do think we're about to get off the big screen. So one last thank you to Next.conf for having our chaotic little crew here. If you're not already familiar, I'm Theo, t3.gg, search Theo Dev, you'll find me. This is Madison Kana with
Hi.
a K, K-N-N-A. We have the Primogen, who you don't need to look up, trust me, it's for the better. And then
Trust
Trash
us.
Dev, who has a really silly face on Twitter. If you see like a poorly like MS Paint drawn
Where's Shatsian? I need
circle
to
with
meet
eyes.
him.
Shad did not make it, sadly.
No way.
Yeah.
Yahweh.
That's the reason why I came.
Thanks for the shout out.
Understandable.
I appreciate
Yeah,
the
thank you.
shout out.
Thank you for the
speed
shout.
at
Thanks
which
for
this
having
room
me.
got quiet once people started moving was insane. That was intense.
But no.
I'm so shad now. That's a good one.
Thanks,
Let's see if
everyone.
we're still on the big.
Please welcome to the stage, Jared Palmer.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. My name is Jared Palmer, and I'm the VP of AI at Vercel. I joined Vercel about 2 years ago after they acquired my build system startup Turbo Repo. Many of you might also know me from my React community contributions like Formic or TSDX. Yeah. Thank you. Once I joined Vercel, I led the Turbo Repo team for a bit, and then all of our frameworks division, that's like Next and Svelte and React and our internal dev tools teams. But earlier this year, I got AI pilled, and I transitioned full-time to lead our AI efforts. Today, I want to talk about building generative user interfaces with Next.js, and basically what my team's been working on for the past few months. We just recently launched a product called V0, and it generates code for UIs from just natural language prompts. And let's see if we can watch a video of how this works. So as you can see, you type in a prompt, and it streams React code with Tailwind, Shad, CNUI, and your favorite tools that you probably all use. You can click and reprompt, and it will augment the interface on demand, make it black and white. And when you're done, you can go over in a second and just copy the code and paste it into your app. And so the idea with V0 is it's not to be pixel perfect. That wasn't the goal. The goal is to get you, as the name implies, to your first version and get you to the point where you can just copy, paste, and ship. In the rest of this talk, I'm going to talk to you about how we built V0 with Vercel's AI stack and how you can use these tools to build your own AI native products. Not a surprise, V0 is built with Next.js. It's built with server components and actions and middleware and edge functions, and it's backed by Vercel KV. What's cool is that our work on V0 has helped the Next.js team dogfood new features, many of which were announced today. Using Next.js and Vercel allowed us to take advantage of a streaming-enabled architecture. Something that was initially designed for fast-loading e-commerce and SaaS websites turned out to be absolutely perfect for streaming these long-lived AI responses, just like the ones used in V0. So as you saw in the keynote, if we didn't have streaming and tried to build a traditional, maybe blocking UI like we see over here, our users would basically find themselves twiddling their thumbs, waiting seconds, 10, 15, 30 seconds, waiting for a response. Gross. But streaming UIs solve this problem by displaying parts of the response incrementally, like you'd see over here. And this is exactly the same technique we use in V0 and popularized by ChatGPT. But building this isn't very easy. There's quite a bit of boilerplate. Streaming stuff, if you ever worked with streams, it's not so fun. Plus, different AI model providers have different response payloads, and so it gets even more complicated. So we did something a couple months ago by introducing something called the AI SDK, which abstracts all this complexity for React, Svelte, Vue, and Solid, and gives you the UI hooks and helpers you need to add AI features natively into your applications in the fewest lines of code you could possibly imagine. And it works with LangChain and OpenAI and Anthropic and Hugging Face and basically the rest of the AI stack that you're probably already using. But the AI SDK helps you finish the swing and build interfaces in your actual application, not just your Python notebooks. So you can see it in action in our model playground. If you go to sdk.vercel.ai, you can actually compare up to like 20 LLMs side by side, and you can see the streaming in action. So you can type a prompt, and here we're comparing GPT 3.5 to Meta, so Meta's Llama model, and you can see both are going to stream at various speeds, but they stream back the response, and so there's an immediate interaction there. So once ready in the model playground, we can click Copy Code and copy our code with the SDK that's ready to just put into our applications, whether that's Next.js App Router, SvelteKit, et cetera. So let's look at this code. So this is a code snippet from the AI SDK that gets generated, and it's really straightforward. First, you get these helpers called Streaming Text Response and OpenAI Stream. we have a Next.js, what we're looking at here is a Next.js route handler in app directory. And you're going to take it's going to receive a messages payload. You're going to send that to OpenAI and take the stream that's given back to you, pass it this little converter function called OpenAI stream, and return this streaming text response. And that's how you get this streaming text effect. Again, if you use ChatGPT, it's very familiar. And then on the client, we switch things up, and we give you these helper utilities, use completion and use chat, depending on whether you want an instruction or chat-like UI. Either way, the APIs are very similar. You're going to pass the endpoint, in this case, the default is API chat, to the hook, and you get back your message list, input, handle change, handle submit, all the utilities that you need to wire up a chat app. And then it's just React here. We're going to render out those messages in a list, discriminate between what's from the user and what's from the AI, and render this string, or what feels like a string. So that code you just saw is basically the same code that we used in the playground. And we also took that code and we built a full-featured example of ChatGPT that you can deploy to Vercel. You can interact with it at chat.vercel.ai. So why am I bringing this up? V0 is actually a fork of this application. So we really are sort of drinking our own champagne, so to speak. So yeah, V0 started as a fork of this chat app. And I'm very proud of the fact that we built this sort of stack of both libraries and applications that we were able to extend to go to market with the product. But again, it's a fork. All of this is amazing, but it's not enough for generative interfaces, right? Text is pretty limited. I mean, if you ask ChatGPT or Claude a question, they respond in plain text, like MS-DOS, 1981. So we knew we had to push further. And the problem we found ourselves wanting to solve can be boiled down to really a simple question, which is basically, what if ChatGPT could just respond with React components? That'd be pretty neat. But what would that look like? Well, we kind of have some examples of this already that we use every single day. Google Search Instant Answers, you know those special sort of situations when you Google something and it's a different UI. And Facebook Newsfeed are great examples of similarly generative interfaces that we wanted to draw inspiration from. So in order to build V0, my team realized we were going to need some sort of rendering system like this. And so the naive approach would be, I don't know, using MDX or something like that to maybe prompt the language model to render it. But all of these sort of suffer from a bunch of different issues. One, like you have to load all the components up on the client, and that's just not going to work. That's not going to scale. I mean, imagine you're in SPA land, and if Google was an SPA, for example, and you had to load the Chuck Norris component, the calculator component, the F1 schedule component, when all you really want to do is translate, we are so back into Spanish. It's not going to work, not going to make it. So we're at Next.js Conf, so we're very server pilled here. So the solution is to lift things to the server. And that's what we did. So Next.js and the Vercel SDK have re-entered the chat, and server components and actions are the solution. So the key unlock was to bug the Next.js team to get server actions to return streams. Key unlock. And today I'm excited to announce that we're going to update the AI SDK, which was previously built with SWR, to actually take advantage of server actions. This is going to allow developers to create scalable, rich, streaming, AI-native component-based interfaces. So let's look at how this works and upgrade our little chatbot that we were just looking at to render React. So you'll see the directive here. We changed that route handler into an action, and now it's just a function. And it's going to take messages as an argument, and we're going to pass that to our AI. In this case, it's OpenAI. We're going to have that same stream conversion. And then this is the key part down here, experimental streaming React response, which is brand new. And all you do is render a React component. And we're bringing back the render function, which I find very, very, very fun. And you can do whatever you want. In this case, it's just font bold. But you can use and combine this with OpenAI functions and actually let the language model decide what component you might want to render. You can do all kinds of stuff. It's going to be amazing for agents and other types of interactive applications. It's very exciting. So then on the client side of the world, instead of passing the URL to use chat, you pass the action. And instead of rendering message.content, you're going to render message.ui. And this is going to act kind of like children, but it's going to be the React component that you're going to have responded to, with from the LLM. So again, to put this in perspective, what can you do with this? So what we're saying here is now, you can, when somebody asks, when's the next F1 race, it's not just going to respond with text. You can decide to render F1 schedule component. And that component can use all the tools that Next.js gives you. It can use suspense. It can use React server components. It can use, it's just JavaScript. So you can actually just render it in place. Truly interactive, full fidelity, it's React. So with Next.js 14, we finally have the foundation upon which we can build this next iteration of human-computer interaction and user interfaces. So going back to v0 and watching this again, you can sort of see this in action. So we have the prompt, and we're streaming React code. So in response to that prompt, the action was triggered. But unlike what we just saw previously, one of the big differences between v0 and what we just showed was instead of picking from a finite set of pre-made components, v0 is sort of the next evolutionary step. It uses AI itself to construct the React components on the fly, just in time before streaming it back to the user. So the end result with v0 is fully generative, on-demand user interfaces with infinite possibilities without compromising on performance or bundle size, which we just discussed. But today we're open sourcing the underpinnings of that, and I'm very excited. So as I mentioned, we're launching the support for RSC in the Vercel AI SDK today, and we're going to continue iterating on this. So I hope this talk has basically shown you that Next.js 14 is a great place to be and lays the foundation for the next wave of generative user interfaces, which in my opinion starts today. So to get started, all you need to do is npm IAI. Just follow their billboards all around San Francisco. So you know, it's funny. I look at the download stats of this, and I'm like, oh, it's really taking off. And then I'm like, wait, it has billboards. So we're cheating. But anyway, so to get started, just npm install AI and go. And I hope today that we've showed you sort of the first look or the first glimpse of what the future holds. And the future is with, the future starts with React and Next.js 14. So thank you very much. And yeah, happy coding. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage James Micrut.
I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty pumped up to be here right now. Guillermo had a slide with the payload logo on it, and that makes me feel very special. But yeah, I'm James. I'm half designer, half developer, and I've been building big digital products for, I don't know, like 10 years. I'm getting old. But today I'm going to talk about the big headless CMS lie. I am a headless CMS. That's what my company does. But I've learned a lot over these past couple years since this idea came out. And I'm going to try to transition that lie into something actually what I think is my personal utopia. So fun fact, back in the day, I actually built my own server-side rendered React framework when Next.js was still on the pages router, obviously, but it didn't even have dynamic route slugs yet. I don't even know what the technical name is for that, but it was in the early days, so I built my own. And yeah, Next.js had a glow up, and they made mine look like a kid's toy. So good job, Next. You win. You win that round. Anyway, so I've been peddling headless websites for quite some time. When I say that, I kind of feel like a drug dealer. You want to buy some websites? Like it's a little strange, but I've been doing it for a long time. I've built like native apps and everything. This one was on my own SSR stack. We home rolled it. It's still live. I'm still like pretty happy with how this one turned out. But it was just headless WordPress at the time. And then we did Klarna's corporate website. That one was on Next.js. So like it was getting easier. Building massive enterprise websites was becoming maintainable and effective and efficient. But it was still powered by WordPress. And then I started building like actual native apps and big projects. This was one that we built with Payload. Actually, it's a native app, but Payload handles all the auth and all the backend and the Stripe and everything like that. That one was pretty fun. Things were getting a little better. But every time I pitched this stuff to my clients at my agency, I would tell the biggest story. I'd be like, oh, you're going to love it. Separation of concerns. The back end is separate from the front end. This is how it should be done. And I just go to town just preaching to them. Omni-channel content. You can use content across many different apps. Like headless CMS, like it's all API based, and the dream is like one central source of content, right? Migration is easier because if you want to change CMSs, you don't have to rebuild everything. You just rebuild the back end. Same thing with the front end. You go through a rebrand. You redesign the front end, but you don't have to change your CMS. Those are all real quotes. I actually said all that in my youth when I was, trying to get clients. And I will literally say anything to get money. So, but did anybody ever care about this stuff? Like my clients, did anyone, a single one of them, ever care about any of this? No, they did not at all, 0%. Did separation of concerns ever really make my job easier as a developer? No. How often did anyone actually use that single source of content across different projects? Literally never, not once. Did they suffer with broken preview every single time? This is like, I don't know if anyone has wired up WordPress preview with a headless website. It is not fun. It is my tragedy. It's like just my downfall. And did they always hate the extra DevOps? Like deploy the CMS, deploy the front end, make sure that your future features are deployed in parallel. Like there's a lot of heartache that goes into that, and we always hated it. And did we ever get tired of wiring up the same thing over and over again, especially in an agency setting? Every website needs redirects. Every website needs metadata. Every website needs forms. Every website needs the same things over and over again. And it got like monotonous, to be frank. I'm old. I'm tired of it. I want something better. And it doesn't have to be this hard. As engineers, I think we do this to ourselves a little bit. I mean, the end result always is a great website. That's because of Next.js. And that's the reason why I was pitching so hard for so many years to go to headless, because I wanted to just use Next.js. So that's the big lie. Like, I pitched this stuff for years, and if I could have just told them, hey, I just want to use Next.js on the front end, that's like the real reason there. There's a time and place for all of those benefits. And if you're Bloomberg, yeah, you might want like a composable cloud and all this stuff. But like 9 times out of 10, they didn't know what I was talking about. They didn't care. Yeah, and that's the lie. So, there's a million headless CMSs out there. You pick your poison. A lot of them are pretty good. A lot of them are here today, and I respect all of them. But I just want to build Next stuff. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my personal dreams, my utopia. This is something that I've thought of for years. It doesn't have anything to do with Windows. Nowadays, I just use Windows for Counter-Strike, but that's about it. So number one, I need to get out of microservices hell. That's a real thing for me. Like, I don't want to go sign up for 1,000 different vendors just for a website. Like, that feels strange to me. I'm kind of done with it. I want a combined CMS and a front end. I want to deploy everything with one server. This is like weirdly like reminiscent of traditional CMSs. I don't know how many of you are familiar with like headless versus traditional, doesn't matter. But I want them combined again so that when I deploy a new feature, I don't have to sync changes from the CMS and the front end at the same time. I want to deploy on Vercel. I just want to have it deploy when I push code, have it build fast, and have it get on the internet, and then be able to roll back and all that stuff. And bonus points if I could get all the boring stuff out of the box for free so that I don't have to manually wire up metadata and redirects and rewrites and all this stuff. I mean, that's good that Next.js provides that, but it should be easier. It should be almost automated to be able to get all this stuff out of the box. I just want simplicity. And Guillermo mentioned that this morning, and I think that's like critical. You know, like when I first got like bought into the Next.js ecosystem, it was because it just worked. You didn't have to learn a lot. You jump in, you figure it out, you go to town, you do your thing, you get paid, you go home. And that's what I want. Right now, there's a lot of friction between CMSs and websites. And it's kind of like navigating a maze of baloney. And I just want to restore a little bit of love back in the equation. Like, if we connect these two things, are we still talking about headless? Is that word even relevant anymore? If you're building something that doesn't have an API, like what year is it? What are you doing? Headless is implied at this point. There is not a big difference between headless CMSs and traditional CMSs. Even WordPress has a REST API and lots of GraphQL plugins and everything. I mean, payload will always be API first, no matter what. But, and it could work with any front end. But I just want to restore a little bit of that love there. So how do we get there? I run a headless CMS. I think about this every single day. Many of you are getting on the AI train, and you know, I'm admittedly a little bit behind in that because I still write TypeScript like for my product. But yeah, payload is cool. Like, I'm pretty proud of it. We're a little seed stage company, and we've got some big clients. We're making magic, and it's got a lot of nice stuff. Live preview. We're MIT. We're open source. We're not another SaaS app that you have to sign up for or pay a subscription for. And you can extend the hell out of it. It's all completely composable and extendable. But you still have to deploy two separate things. We're an Express server. So we have a vanilla React app. We have an Express server. And you have to deploy those two things separately. And it's not like my utopia yet. But payload is very modular. And at the like bare bones of it, we have a local API, which is what I call like the way to go directly to your database. There's no HTTP layer here. It's not a REST API. It's not GraphQL. You hit your database directly. It's almost like an ORM. And we actually expose the ORM that we use to you. We just added Postgres support with Drizzle. Drizzle is fantastic, by the way. I really, really respect that team. They're doing God's work. But this local API is portable, and it can run anywhere. So what if we could ditch Express? What if we could leverage the app router, get rid of Express, open up all of our API endpoints as route handlers, and just like write a small, thin abstraction over top of Next.js and build payload into Next.js? I think there's a lot of potential there. And we could completely eliminate the need for deploying two separate services for a website. Like, this is a website we're talking about. You can get more like extensible and more like separated if you want, always. You can always do that. But we could ridiculously simplify, and that's my personal goal. Just imagine it, like one repo. You've got your website, you've got your custom route handlers, and you've got all the payload stuff just sitting next to it in the same repo. You could share code, type safety from end to end. But before I go any further, I just want to talk about, like, we have some gratitude to owe the Next.js team. They do a lot of hard stuff. And I used to try to do this hard stuff with my homegrown, like, monstrosity. But Webpack is hard. TurboPack, 10 times harder, I can only imagine. Server-side rendering, static rendering on an opt-in basis. Redirects, rewrites, middleware, everything is out of the box. It's got all the bones that we need, and they take care of it for us. And that's very complex. If you ever think about all the Webpack magic that happens behind the scenes, like every one of your functions is being bundled separately for a separate serverless function. And that is very difficult. I'm just very grateful for all that work that they do. And right now, I'm going to air some of my dirty laundry on the technical side. I'm going to talk about some of the things that Payload has to solve in the coming months. First up, this is like my personal least favorite thing with Payload. The Payload config is isomorphic, which means that it's used on the server and it's used in the browser. And you write server-side code in the Payload config, and you write custom React components for the admin panel. But it's the same file. And to get rid of the server-side code so that it doesn't blow up the Webpack gods, we have to use Webpack aliases. And that is basically like, hey, if you see this import, don't actually import that server code. Import this mock file instead. And this is a pain in my ass. It's not fun. All the plugins have to wire up their own aliases. And bundling is very difficult. And if I had my way, we would just completely remove this from being a necessity. Oh, wait a second. Next.js solved this with server components. That's what they're for. Like first glance, you might think, like, why are we trying to save a couple 100 kilobytes of JavaScript? Like, that's not that big of a deal. I'm going to serve a 10 megabyte video to my user. But that's not the point. The point is a clear separation of client and server. And that's a hard thing to do. So we're going to try to solve this problem on our own. But Next.js already solved it with React. And it's a perfect pattern. I personally am very, very tired of the bundler ecosystem. We just released 2.0. We added Vite support. And Vite is impressive. But I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. If you want to cry with your browser, look at your network panel when you load up a Vite app. Just watch the requests pour in. And in production, it uses a different stack. And now I got to manage Webpack and Vite. And I'm just tired of it. I don't think we have like the end state in sight. Maybe we do with the Next.js compiler, though. Because wait a second, I can just offload all of that to Next.js. And then I could actually focus on my product, which is a pretty wild thought to me. Last thing on like what we're trying to solve. Right now we use NodeMon, which is a relic from 2014. And it restarts the server every time you make a change, right? But that's not server-side hot module reloading. That's like the full thing restarts. And then it reinitializes, reconnects to the database. We want to solve that more gracefully. Could we do it? Yeah, we could. We could monitor files for changes and then rebuild the models and do all the stuff. But wait a second, that was already solved by Next.js. We would get that for free out of the box. Honestly, I think that Payload is a perfect case study of like a real world example about why all of this stuff matters. And you might not need all this complexity if you're just building a portfolio website. But I can tell you from deep pain that all of those things that we're trying to solve are very hard, but Next.js already did it, and that's why. This is why. We are an isomorphic app. I'm tired of Webpack gymnastics. This is new, but it's sorely needed. If I ditched Express and I went to the app router, Payload would instantly get significantly better. We could make some magic happen. We could optimize the developer experience. I'm a huge proponent of simplicity. I want to get things done fast. I want to be proud of the code that I write. I want it to be clean. And this could optimize that. We could separate the server and the client. It would be a logical boundary that's well-defined and semantic. We could make DevOps easier. We could give a head back to the headless CMS, optionally. If you want to use Astro or if you want to use SvelteKit, you could still do that with Payload. But if we move to Next.js, it would just be seamless. And you know what? A lot of my customers are building with Next.js anyways. End-to-end type safety. Payload is TypeScript. We generate types for you, very strongly typed everything. And you can reuse those types in your front end. So imagine for your React components, all of the props for the content models inside of the CMS, you don't have to write those types yourself. They're just given to you, and you could have end-to-end out of the box. So what about other frameworks? Like, am I going too hard? I'm a headless CMS, and I can't people like headless, like I said, because you want to pick your front end of choice. But this would still be possible. We're always going to be API first. You could still deploy as an Express app if you wanted to, because the Next.js custom server completely supports that. We use that all the time with Payload because we are an Express app. So that's not going to change. And over time, we could add more connectivity, like handling redirects and handling metadata and all that stuff for other frameworks out of the box. So I want to be clear. I don't think that if we move to Next.js, this would be a bad thing for other frameworks. I think everyone would unanimously benefit from this. The cool thing, selfishly for me, is that I would be able to concentrate on the things that make us great, and Next.js, as they improve, we just get all that for free. And I don't have to do a damn thing. And that sounds really nice. I might be kind of lazy, I'm not sure. Cool thing number 2 is that if you do use Next.js for your front end, your life is going to get way easier immediately. You can simplify, you can have like the most beautiful code base imaginable, and you don't have to go to a SaaS vendor for another separate service. You just get it. It's free. So what are the drawbacks? Like, I'm on this kick right now of like relational databases versus non-relational, and I see benefits on both sides, and in tech, nothing is ever like a universally good idea or a good decision. You have to make decisions based on your problem. But I think the biggest one would be that we just released 2.0, so this would come with breaking changes. And the Express style connect middleware would not be compatible because the app router has the browser, or the, I don't know what you would call it, the request response that's like native, and there's no Express magic there. And ESM, depending on who you are, you might like this, but I think we should probably move to ESM if we do this and pull the Band-Aid off, and like, you know, I don't want to talk about that anymore. So Next needs a proper headless CMS. It needs a native Next CMS. And my question today is, should we be it? Should we make the jump, and should we refactor and go hard on the app folder and embrace serverless components? And I want to hear from you. I want to hear from our community. For those of you that are coming from our Discord and everything watching this, I'd love to see if you can vote on this. We are open source. Community is everything to my entire company. It's crazy how helpful they all are. The PRs that we get blow my mind every single day. Someone will come in, build a massive feature, and just hand it to us on a silver platter. And so I need buy-in on this one. I need people's opinions. I need to beat up this idea. We're not going to take it lightly, but I personally think it's only going to benefit everyone. So if you can vote on this poll, that would be great. And I want your feedback in general. We are a new company. I'm big on this ecosystem, and I don't get out there much with my opinions, but I want to hear from you, and I would appreciate any thoughts you have. And I have 2 minutes left. Wow. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Katie Housley.
Hello. Wow, there's so many of you here. I'm really excited to be here today to talk about how BigCommerce is building the future of performant e-commerce with Next.js. My name is Katie, and I'm a senior developer advocate at BigCommerce. And if you're not familiar with BigCommerce, we're a SaaS e-commerce platform, and we're the engine that powers tens of thousands of e-commerce storefronts, including some of your favorite brands. So why is BigCommerce here at NextConf? Good question. So first and foremost, we know that great developer experience drives the best shopper and brand experiences possible. Over the past few years, as we've catered more and more to larger enterprise-sized brands, we've learned a lot about their needs for composable, scalable options for e-commerce storefronts. In response to those needs, we were the first SaaS e-commerce platform to jump onto Next.js Commerce 4 years ago. And in case you didn't know, Next.js Commerce is a Next.js 13 plus an app router ready headless storefront template that helps developers quickly spin up e-commerce storefronts in minutes with BigCommerce for Sell and Next.js. We've been using Next.js to build and provide headless storefront capabilities for our retailers who weren't finding the right solutions anywhere else. So our brands love Next.js. So this is just one example. This is Level 9. And this storefront was built by Mira Commerce, which is a BigCommerce agency that builds dozens of BigCommerce storefronts. And their story, Level 9's, is similar to that of many other retailers that we've had migrate to Next.js. They saw a revenue increase of over 200%, a conversion rate increase of over 75%, and this isn't on the slide, but their bounce rate was reduced by 45%. And this is just one example, and a pretty good one. But this example does illustrate what we've seen to be true across many, many, many storefronts, and that's that using Next.js and Next.js Commerce equals really big wins for brands and developers alike. So as a developer advocate, and if any of you are DevRels here, you'll relate to this, I spend a lot of my time talking to developers about their problems, about building storefronts, about apps and integrations for our platform. And what we've built with Next.js and Next.js Commerce is a really great jumping off point for those developers who are building headless e-commerce storefronts. Working with these developers and dogfooding our own solutions has allowed us to understand some of the common gaps and limitations that those developers had with our current offering. Many of the developers building on BigCommerce build storefronts for numerous retailers, and they run into the same barriers over and over again. So again, as a dev advocate, I view our platform and our developer tools through the lens of the developers who are using them. So I'm really stoked to be here today to talk about what we're working on right now to fill in some of those gaps. But first, let's talk a little bit about the problems that we've identified. So the first problem is that everybody wants their site ready faster. For any of you who have tried, you know that it's really hard to build a well-architected headless storefront starting from scratch. We know that developers want standardized, reusable components and a higher jumping off point. Imagine yourselves in the shoes of the e-commerce agencies we work with who develop tens, hundreds, thousands of e-commerce storefronts every year. The ability to standardize a set of components that they could reuse across builds would save them a ton of time. And many brands that they work with have very similar needs. So that leaves agency developers to rebuild the same functionality over and over and over without the native capability to reuse those components. The second problem is that GraphQL is hard. It's complicated to integrate a Next.js site with an e-commerce provider like BigCommerce. First, there's a really steep learning curve when it comes to working with new GraphQL APIs, and schemas can be intimidating, and it can take a while to learn how to write the right queries. Lots of developers who build on our platform are interacting with numerous, incredibly complex GraphQL APIs on a regular basis, and they wish that there was a way to reduce that complexity. Second is that data fetching using best practices can make or break a site's performance, as I'm sure all of you know. And we know that well-cached sites equal less work on the server, but we also know that that's just not always how things are done. Developers building headless BigCommerce storefronts run into rate limit issues, and that's a problem for all developers. And we've talked to merchants who have run into problems composing GraphQL queries that have sometimes resulted in sending up to 6 times the number of GraphQL requests for every single page request that they send. Rate limits are an issue for all developers, like I said, but in e-commerce, consider just how important that can be during times like flash sales, Black Friday, and other major shopping events throughout the year. Maybe some of you developers can relate to this one, but the third problem is that nobody likes being told what to do. Composability is the buzzword of the years, but really achieving it can either be a huge lift or it can feel really, really clunky. Enterprise merchants want to be able to use the solutions that they already have today and integrate those seamlessly with headless storefronts. We know that there is no one right way to build things, and developers and brands have preferences, but often you're given a really prescriptive approach to follow that you don't want to. Enterprise brands and brands of any size often have existing integrations and apps, and they want them to work seamlessly with the rest of their e-commerce stack. And agencies who build e-commerce storefronts want to be able to leverage the tools that they have, or want to leverage the tools that they want when they want to, but it's just not always an option. So what's next? After hearing about and seeing some of these limitations that developers have been running into, we got to thinking, how do we build the best possible solutions for developers and brands who need feature-rich, composable, and flexible e-commerce capabilities? Like I've mentioned, we've invested in Next.js solutions for over 4 years at BigCommerce. We've built our own core apps, we've built our control panel, we've built our corporate website, all with Next, and we've also witnessed firsthand their true commitment to developer experience. And combining that with our decades-long experience in e-commerce, we knew that Next.js was the clear choice for us while we plan and build for the future of e-commerce developer and brand needs. Next is not only part of BigCommerce's DNA, but it is the best solution for our largest customers with the most complex needs who really want control over their own destiny. So I've stirred up a bunch of problems here, and now I want to pull on a software engineer from BigCommerce, Matt Volk, who is on our headless team at BigCommerce, which is working to build a set of tools on top of Next.js to enable our headless storefront developers to build Next.js storefronts faster and with less friction. So I'll bring out Matt. Give it up for Matt.
So I think we could probably all agree that Next.js has transformed the way that we build for the web. It gave us a framework that enabled us to spend less time writing boilerplate and spend more time shipping features to users. That concept is our core principle on the headless team at BigCommerce, to enable developers to spend less time standing up storefronts and spend more time on the most important part of their jobs, shipping beautiful e-commerce experiences for their brands. With the release of the app router, solutions for the problems Katie mentioned around data fetching, cache management, and time to launch were suddenly baked into the framework that our community already loved. And because Next.js solved these problems at the framework level, we had more time to think about the tools that we could build on top of it. Tools like UI patterns and platform integrations that could serve to accelerate the time it takes to build a headless storefront. While the app router laid the foundations of the UI patterns that we'd been looking for, we also wanted to provide a library of e-commerce components, like product cards and slideshows, that developers could leverage in place of building them on their own. Now, publishing component libraries is not a new concept, but we had introduced a bit of a unique requirement. The components that we publish would need to be fully customizable in a way that would allow a developer to perfectly match them to their brand. Coincidentally, around the time we started working on this library, ShadCN introduced a new take on a proven pattern for sharing React components. Shad's components were built with close attention to accessibility and best practices, but also gave you the source code to copy into your project, which meant code ownership free from some of the limitations commonly associated with library abstractions. We've taken a lot of inspiration from the patterns put into practice by ShadCN and started to wonder if we could share components that catered to e-commerce but stayed true to Shad's core principles. While the components we built are still very much a work in progress, we're excited to see them start to take shape. The app router also gave us a number of new paradigms around data fetching and caching. The ability to fetch or mutate the data that a component needed to render from within that component itself meant one less click handler, one less API route, and a lot less global state. It's true, by the way. We wanted to take these paradigms and build on top of them to provide a cache-enabled API client that also lowered the barrier to entry of writing GraphQL queries from scratch. Our client abstracts our most commonly used queries into human-readable method names that aim to help avoid GraphQL complexity limits. And combined with the ability that Next.js 13 gives you to control the cache of the resource you're requesting, we're finding ourselves running into API rate limits much less frequently. If the underlying data changes, by actions such as adding a new item to the shopper's cart, UI updates can be triggered by simply revalidating the cache for the resource that was mutated. This is the experience that our developers have been asking for. Less time spent dealing with things like state management, but more confidence that their sites can scale with a higher tolerance for failure. Now, being able to fetch data with an intuitive API client and then feed that data into the e-commerce components provided by our library, we're finding that we're able to scaffold e-commerce pages faster than we've ever been able to. And ultimately, the natively performant feature set of Next.js 13, combined with our set of tools optimized for e-commerce storefront development, are forming the ingredients that we needed to offer a framework for creating storefronts, a framework that serves as a catalyst for headless e-commerce development. While we plan to open source these tools soon, we're not quite there yet. But with that said, we didn't want to leave you without anything to take away. The time and place feels right for us to invite you over to the BigCommerce booth to come chat with us so we can add you to an early access preview of these tools before they're released. We feel confident that we're on the right track, but we know our tools are only as strong as they are enjoyed by our community. So come chat with us if you have a chance, and thank you for your time.
Please welcome to the stage Lydia Halley.
Ooh, this is carpet. This is so tricky. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Lydia Halley, and today I want to talk a bit about the concurrent features that were introduced in React 18, and of course, especially how Next.js leverages these features to provide even better performance out of the box with the app router. But before I do that, I just want to take a small step back and talk about one of the most fundamental issues in web performance, namely long tasks. And I'm sure that many of you sitting here now know that JavaScript is executed on a single thread, usually referred to as the main thread. And this thread is responsible for executing JavaScript, but it's also responsible for other tasks like processing user events, network requests, timers, and so on. Now, one key thing to remember here is that when one task is being processed, all the other tasks have to wait. And of course, like it's 2023, this usually isn't a big deal. Browsers are optimized to handle this fast and efficient, but it can be a problem when a task takes longer than 50 milliseconds to execute. We want to ensure that users quickly see visual feedback to user interactions. Like when they click a button, they quickly want to see something happen on your website. But it can happen that the user interacts with the page at the beginning of a long task, maybe just like some background test that's running when the browser is idle. But in that case, we first have to wait for that task to finish before the browser can even start processing the user events. Only then can it actually execute the event handlers and update the screen accordingly. And ideally, we also want to render our app at 60 frames per second, or about 1 frame every 16.7 milliseconds. But if a task takes too long, it can cause frames to drop, which creates that janky experience when you have animations or anything with scrolling. Now, there are 2 measurements that we can use to measure the impact that long tasks have on our website. We have the total blocking time and the soon-to-be-stable Core Web Vital interaction to next paint. Now, the total blocking time measures the time it takes between the first contentful paint and the timed interactive that the main thread was blocked for longer than 50 milliseconds. So in this case, we have one long test that was like 70 milliseconds in total, so that 20 milliseconds, and then another one that's like 65 milliseconds. So 15, so the total blocking time is 35. The interaction to next paint measures the time between the user input and the actual visual feedback, so like the visual delay. And this is measured throughout the user's entire visit, and the end result is usually the worst measured score. It kind of depends on the amount of interactions you have on the website. But ideally, we want to keep both values below 200 milliseconds. But doing this can be pretty tricky because we, as developers, aren't always in control of long tasks. For example, in React, it's not uncommon to run into long tasks due to the way that React renders applications, or renders your components. A visual update in React can be divided into two phases. First, we have the render phase, in which React compares the current virtual DOM to the updated DOM, and then applies the necessary changes, called reconciliation. And then we have the commit phase, in which React actually applies these changes to the DOM. Now, both of these tasks are non-interruptible. So when React starts a render, it's kind of an all or nothing computation. React gives the same priority to all components. And depending on the complexity of these components or the component update, the render phase could take quite a while to complete. And during this time, the main thread is blocked. So if a user wants to interact with the page, then there might be quite some visual delay between that interaction. And you can see this happen kind of in the following demo. So we have a list of cities, and then we type some city names. And we have a text input field and a large list of cities that all need to be filtered based on that input. Now, this is a synchronous render, so React will go ahead and re-render the list of components on each keystroke. And with thousands of cities to filter, this is a pretty expensive computation. And there's a clear visual delay between the keystroke and actually updating that component. So looking at the performance tab here, you can see that there's quite many long tasks. Like the long tasks are the one with the red little triangle there. Because they occur on every single keystroke. And of course, this is suboptimal. We don't want to have this. But as developers, we often had to use third-party libraries like debounds to defer the rendering of these expensive updates, but no solution was really built into React itself. Now, React 18 introduces concurrent features that change the way that React renders applications. Because the concurrent renderer allows us to mark certain updates or components as low priority. So whereas by default, React treated all components with the same priority, concurrent features allow us to mark certain parts as low priority. So during a low priority render, React will yield back to the main thread every 5 milliseconds. And this is to ensure that there aren't more important tasks waiting to be handled instead, like user interaction. Because in that case, the renderer will pause the current render, handle the more important interaction, and then resume that rendering later on. So if a user interacts with the page pretty soon into the render phase, the visual feedback delay can be a lot shorter with a low priority update. But of course, there's kind of a balance here because we don't want to interrupt the rendering of very critical components. But for updates that are less important, this can definitely improve the user experience quite a lot. And we can mark an update as low priority by wrapping it in the start transition function. And this essentially just tells React, we're OK with delaying or even interrupting the render of this update. So React renders the update in the background, but it doesn't immediately commit the result to the DOM. So instead, it waits for the most performant time to actually apply these changes. For example, when the browser is idle, or at least when there isn't a more important task waiting. The fact that React can pause and resume rendering unlocks many new capabilities, because React can now even reprioritize the rendering of other React components based on external events. For example, if we're rendering component 1, but user suddenly interacts with component 2, React will pause the current render task and focus on component 2 instead. So we now essentially have multiple versions of the same component tree with a rendering strategy that's optimized to have the most responsive and non-blocking user experience. So to show the difference in performance, let's now look at the city demo again, but this time we wrap the update in a start transition. So instead of updating the state on each keystroke, leading to that synchronous blocking render, we now split the state into 2 values, with the search queries wrapped in a start transition. So when we type it to the input field, the input remains a lot smoother. This is no longer an all-or-nothing synchronous render. React starts preparing that new version in the background, while the current UI remains responsive to further user input, as you'll see. So now when looking at the performance tab, you can see that there are only a few long tasks here. And when comparing them to the implementation without the use of transitions, there's definitely a big difference just with the amount of long tasks and how long that thread was blocked for. Additionally, also the new features allow us to skip that HTML and JavaScript step that we had to use with traditional rendering patterns like client-side and server-side rendering. With both approaches, we had the componentry ready on the server, but we had to then render it to HTML and JavaScript to actually send that to the client, only for the client to then reconstruct that tree that the server already had. So React 18 introduces React Server Components, which allow us to send the actual serialized component tree to the client. So we can skip that HTML and JavaScript bundle step altogether. We just need that client-side renderer to handle that payload that comes from the server and reconstruct a tree. Also, rendering components directly on the server, of course, allows us to fetch data directly from within components and keep the rendering logic close to our actual data source. Now, React Server Components are especially powerful in combination with suspense. And of course, we've been able to use suspense since React 16 for code splitting with React Lazy. But React 18 extends this functionality to data fetching. We can wrap components in a suspense boundary to tell React that it should delay the rendering of that tree until certain conditions are met. For example, we're fetching data from a remote source. Now, React will render the component tree until it hits that suspense boundary, and then stream the component tree, including the fallback of that suspense, to the client. And in the meantime, it awaits the suspense boundary. And when the data within the boundary becomes available, it'll render these components and stream them back to the client, which then replaces that fallback. A suspense boundary is also treated as low priority. So these will all be rendered in a non-blocking way. So using suspense with React Server Components streamable format allows the higher priority parts to be streamed back to the client as soon as they're ready without having to wait for these lower parts. This pattern also allows us to move between in-order and out-of-order streaming based on how we define the suspense boundaries. If they're all sibling components, we can stream them out of order. So this means that components that were defined later in our code might stream in faster if they loaded faster. If suspense boundaries are nested, the content will be revealed in order, so one by one. This is pretty similar to the PHP approach you may be familiar with. As streaming also allows the client to start processing data a lot faster. We can just gradually reveal the content without having to wait for that slower content and blocking the main thread. Now, besides rendering updates, React also introduces new ways to automatically memoize data or data fetching results during the same render. And we can either use the same or the new cache function, or we can use the enhanced fetch API. In this case, I'm just showing the fetch API. But React will store the results in an in-memory cache during the current render and reuse this result if other components require that same data. So this makes it possible for us to fetch data throughout our app without having to worry about making too many API calls or ending up with higher costs that way. And we can use this automatic caching behavior on both methods on a single function, maybe exported from a global module, and just reuse these values throughout our applications. And this is pretty useful because we can no longer use React context with React Server Components, but we don't have to if we are just using the enhanced fetch API or cache. Now, all the features I've covered so far are just React and not necessarily Next.js specific. But of course, Next.js leverages all these features out of the box and even enhances some of them to improve both the developer and user experience. Now, when building with the app router, we can implicitly create React components through the file system. So the components exported from the layout file is part of the component tree that stays visible and interactive during navigations. And the component exported from page is the parts that's unique to that specific route. And this pattern enables persistent UI, since we only have to update the parts that are specific to that route during navigations. And this is possible since Next.js leverages transitions to navigate between routes. OK. I feel like this slide is not updating, but whatever. So by using the link component, OK, now it is, never mind. So by using the link component, I see my notes or whatever. So by using the link components or router.push, I now just have to freestyle this, all right. So router.push, it'll use Oh, no, there you go. We'll go ahead and render the update. All right, I don't know what's happening, but that's fine. Anyway, it'll render the update in the background since both of these features use start transition under the hood. So we're only updating the parts that are unique to this route. So the components are exported from page.js, and React won't have to re-render the parts that weren't updated, so the parts from layout. And this result, again, since it's a transition, it'll be stored in memory until it can performantly apply these changes to the DOM. So in this case, there aren't any more important tasks waiting, but maybe there's like a user event, another task. The navigation actually won't entirely complete if it's not the most important time. And since it leverages React transitions, the order of events is also preserved. So if a second click comes faster than the first click is discarded. Now, all components are treated as React Server components by default. And Next.js takes it a step further and pre-renders the components that don't require request-based data at build time. So this approach is very similar to SSR, and it also provides the same benefits, of course, by serving the static content on hard navigations like the initial user visit or a browser refresh. But on subsequent requests, it'll only request that RSC payload when navigating between routes. Now, we can also implicitly create a suspense boundary by just adding the loading.js file. And this creates a suspense boundary and uses that exported value as the fallback components. So adding a loading.js file helps to easily create loading UI for pages that might be dependent on slower data. But we can, of course, also just manually create suspense boundaries by wrapping it around components. Now, implicit suspense boundaries made available through the loading.js file might be less important with the new rendering model that we just introduced in Next.js 14, partial pre-rendering. So up until now, we could choose to either have an entirely static route by not using any request time data within components, or rendering the entire page dynamically if one of the components used request-based data, like cookies or headers. Now, there was no way to keep that dynamism just to that component, even if we used a suspense boundary around it. So Next.js introduces partial pre-rendering, which now makes this possible. So it keeps that dynamism just to that suspense boundary in which a dynamic function is used. And it then triggers that closest suspense boundary, and it pre-renders all the components outside of that suspense boundary to static HTML. So this static HTML can, of course, be served very quickly, and the dynamic components will be rendered at request time and then stream in as soon as they become ready. So for routes that otherwise would have been rendered entirely dynamically, we can now have a much faster first contentful paint and largest contentful paint if the LCP is coming from dynamic content, like a dynamic image or title. So by leveraging concurrent features, we're now finally able to create truly hybrid pages. So Next.js concurrent features combined with Next.js's enhancements are a game changer for building more performant and user-friendly applications. And by using the app router, you get to benefit from many of these performance features out of the box with almost no developer effort. Thank you so much for coming to my short talk today, and I hope you'll have fun building performance apps with the app router. Thank you.
Thank you for joining this afternoon's sessions. Content will resume at 3 p.m. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Greta Workman and Jonathan Lemon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back in from a little break. My name is Greta. I am the Director of Product Marketing at Vercel, and I have the absolute privilege of speaking with Jonathan Lemon, who, together with his team at Sonos, has not only migrated from Salesforce Commerce Cloud Managed Service to Next.js and Vercel, but continues to use and innovate with Next.js for their global site. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
OK, so the topic for today was kind of mainly about developer experience.
Sure.
So I want to start kind of by trying to define that. You've been a developer for quite some time, and manage a team of a large amount of developers. Talk to us about what DX means to you and how you measure that.
Absolutely. I mean, for us, developer experience is about keeping people happy. So it's really providing, the best tools, the most up-to-date tooling as well. I'm all about not bleeding edge, but current tech. For us, that's with Next.js. We're running on Vercel. We're now using Sanity as our CMS, so they've been a great partner too. So yeah, I think it's just what the developers want to use, so it's what we've got for them.
Yeah, Sanity, great partner out here in the first floor over here. Yeah. What are some of the characteristics that you look for, I guess, in kind of in what a good DX could mean?
Yeah, I was thinking about this recently. I mean, getting set up is a huge thing for developers, right? I mean, if I look back to when I was a Java developer in my early days, and getting set up with, I think it was WebSphere, and it took days, weeks to get on board. It took forever. So, now for us, we're on GitHub. I say we're using Next, so it's basically clone the repo, install your dependencies, hit run, you're good to go. And then with hooking and with Vercel, of course, you're deploying that out with your previews, and developers can quickly and easily test their code. So it's a much better experience.
Yeah, productivity, removing dependencies and all that jazz. How do you listen to your team? Like, what role does the team play in kind of providing feedback to you?
I mean, we'd be crazy if we didn't listen to our developers. Yeah. So, I mean, the reason we're on Vercel is because our developers weren't happy, right? So, if you didn't know, we were on Amplify before, right, which hosted our Next.js solution. And it did the job, but it definitely provided some roadblocks. There was no preview builds, or you could have them, but they were very slow. So preview builds were a big thing. So we listened, and they said, we need a better solution. So we looked into, the home of Next.js and Vercel, and here we are. So I feel like we listen to them all the time. They give us suggestions, and I feel like it's designed by committee. Listening to them and taking their input. So it's not just top of the ivory tower talking down. It's listening to them and giving them their voice.
Yeah, and you guys were originally on kind of a fully managed instance of Salesforce Commerce Cloud. You're now migrated to Next.js and headless Salesforce.
That's correct, yeah.
Talk to us about what wasn't working with the fully managed piece of that and what the DX was like.
Absolutely, and Salesforce Commerce Cloud had been a great partner of ours, but the big problem was, you were kind of restricted to their platform for building a UI, right? So. Ultimately, what happened was our business wanted a new design, a new brand image to match our product, right? So Salesforce just couldn't do that. We couldn't have the libraries. Another thing was that we couldn't get developers on Salesforce, right? So it's a very bespoke thing. We look at Next.js and TypeScript, React. Everybody's using it now, so it's easy to get those developers. So ultimately, the decision was to go with and basically we landed on Next. We'd looked at Gatsby. So we landed on Next, and we started building it out. So not only did we take the front end off, we basically took the CMS element out of there. And so we moved that into Sanity, and we moved our back-end infrastructure into serverless on AWS. So brand new stack, still using Salesforce in the headless approach like you mentioned. So a completely different landscape than we were a few years ago.
What was it about Next.js? Like, what were some of the features that made it a right fit for Sonos?
I say ISR. I think everyone knows. For e-commerce, it was a perfect fit, right? So we're pre-building, I think around 600 pages at build. So whenever we push new changes, those pages are live, real time for our users. We use it's incremental. Every 2 hours, we rebuild those pages to pull up content. That allows our content teams to make changes. And then we can also do, on-demand kind of stuff as well. So that, along with, statically generating pages, server-side rendering. So it was really a great fit for the e-commerce experience.
You're able to kind of balance the build times, the developer experience with the user experience of personalization and all that. It sounds like it was also kind of a change for your internal teams. What was that like? What were those conversations like to manage that?
I think a big problem that we did was we didn't really think about the tooling to go with it, right? So I think our content team, and if they're listening, they'll agree that they lost some tooling, in terms of what they could do. So we've now started building those tools, but it's, we're 2 years live now with Next, so it's taken a while to build those tools, things like scheduled content, for our promotions and things like that. So I think if we were to do it again, we would definitely look at that as well as just the actual site revamp.
Yeah. And so obviously, moving off of fully managed Salesforce, it was also an infrastructure change.
Absolutely.
What were some of like the lessons learned, or what were you looking for in that move of like what is the host for you?
Yeah, so when we moved to Next, that was easy. We knew we wanted to build a Next.js, but the problem was, like, where do we host it? And really, I think it came down to, we tried to build our own on AWS. I think we actually tried to mimic what Vercel were doing at the time, because I think it was publicly available, but we couldn't make it work. We landed on Amplify because we were in AWS, they're a big partner of ours, like everybody has, and it worked. But really, it was a little cumbersome over the year we were with them. We had to do a lot of custom things. ISR didn't work, for example, so we had to put in a kind of custom hack to make it work, and we just spent a lot of time maintaining that stack. So infrastructure was a big problem from the get-go. Obviously, we're now on Vercel, and that has just freed up it's freed up resources and just given us a lot more confidence in our infrastructure.
Allowed your developers to focus on...
Exactly. Don't think about infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I worry about that for them. They can focus on building their these experiences.
Yeah. What are some of other ways that you kind of manage the transition? And I mean, is there a way to manage a big migration like that without
whatever your estimates are, double them.
Okay.
Because, I think we did it in about 6 months when really we could have done with a year. I think it's really setting expectations with your business. This is the non-technical stuff, setting those expectations, maybe doing it a bit more in pieces. We pretty much overhauled the entire storefront experience, not the checkout. And it was an awful lot of work. And, we have a ton of content pages with a ton of locales. And so it was a ton of work and a ton of testing. So we probably bit off more than we could chew.
What were some of the metrics that you guys were looking at and kind of keeping track of during the migration to make sure everything was moving smoothly?
So we use Google Analytics like a lot of companies. And, we just wanted to track, the users on the page where, we weren't losing anybody. We were tracking conversion rates and also, site performance. Site performance off the bat wasn't, we're still learning, still tweaking. So it was better, but it wasn't any worse, but we've worked on that since. But it was really just making sure it was business as usual, and we weren't losing anybody. So, and we proved that, and in fact, we saw an increase. So
yeah, and I guess the performance optimizations, it is kind of focusing on Next.js, tuning Next.js, optimizing Next.js, and not necessarily having to think about a lot of like the infrastructure behind that to be able to do that.
Yep.
What were some of the kind of KPIs for your external stakeholders, your internal stakeholders, like the content team you mentioned? Were they happy during the migration, and how did you kind of manage that?
No, they were not. So, it was, again, we lost some of that tooling that they had in Commerce Cloud, and, they had more things to learn. So we had, again, we're sanity. It was a learning curve there. We're still learning. We're still making that better. So we knew that we had the brand experience and the design that our company wanted to fit the product. But again, we had to keep everybody happy. So I think we've worked well over the past couple of years to get back to that position. And I say we've built some really neat internal tooling to make that experience better for our stakeholders.
What are some of the ways, obviously, like that's a big migration to Next.js. What are some of the ways that you guys on your dev team have maintained code quality or set up your code environments, things like that to...
So robust pipelines, right? So we use GitHub Actions. We've built out some really great pipelines. So, we're linting. We've got a linter running to check for things there. We are running our unit tests as part of our PR process. We're doing peer reviews. We're also doing then further down, once we merge in, we're doing integration tests, accessibility tests, load tests, performance tests. So we're doing all manners of checkpoints along the way before we go to production.
Do you feel like Next.js has kind of allowed your team to move faster, have more flexibility in how they're building?
Absolutely. I think one thing it's done for us is given us more confidence in what we can build. I think the example we talked about before was, just building some of those complex like animations. Like we just couldn't have done that in Commerce Cloud. And, I'm going to put a shout out for our team, but we built this, beautiful blowout of the speaker.
Check out the Sonos page.
Sonos
homepage,
awesome.
If you scroll down, it's like this. Yeah, I find myself just scrolling
It's
up
like
and down.
75 images, and as you scroll, it shows a different part of the speaker, but it's a really beautiful experience. And, before we just couldn't have done that. So. So yeah, it's definitely given us more options. So our brand, when we've got new products and things, they want new features, new things, and we know we can build it. So it feels good.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier, productive developers are happy developers,
Absolutely.
and that's how you maintain kind
Yeah.
of a lot of the. What are some other ways that you maintain, productivity and allow you remove a lot of the dependencies, a lot of the friction in the developer process at Sonos?
I like to think, give them time to experiment, play with the features, have a voice. With all the new features that are coming, quite often it's developers coming to us and saying, hey, let's try this. This could be really good in our project. We do hack weeks every quarter where, the team plays with things. So I think it's just making them, feel important and giving them a place to be heard and try new things out.
Yeah, do you feel like it's kind of changed the psychology of the team and allowed you to problem solve in different ways?
I think now, being on a modern stack, it just feels good, right? I feel like we could attract more developers to Sonos. I speak for the developers. Hopefully they're happy, but I think it's a pretty good setup we have, and I think it's kind of like best in class industry standard. So it feels good.
And you did mention, part of why you migrated off of Salesforce Commerce Cloud was because of the recruiting, finding, onboarding new developers. Has that improved with Next.js?
Absolutely. We've had, I can speak outside of the web team. We've had another group in Sonos where they actually wanted to build a new tool, right? And they actually came to me and said, hey, we want on Vercel, right? And that was the first I'd ever heard. But again, it's kind of become the industry standard, best in class. Again, a team who has to build an app, they don't have to worry about that infrastructure. They can focus on building those customer experiences.
Yeah, you mentioned experimentation earlier too. What are some of the ways that you guys are leveraging Next for experimentation, or maybe
I think tying in with Vercel, because again, that's a big part of why we're here. It just means you can spin up little apps in no time. We've built little tools for in-house, and you can just play with things. Build a playground out and try it out. If it doesn't work, then you get rid of it. But it just gives you that freedom, and you don't have to think about it again. You focus on the coding and not the infrastructure and where to host it.
Mm-hmm. What are some of your favorite features of Next.js to leverage as the team to experiment and build some of those?
Some of the features. I think some of the we're really focused on some of the server-side components now.
Mm-hmm.
We want to really. We're currently on the Pages router. We want to move to App Router. So we definitely want to focus on that. We've gone full turbo. So that's been a hell of a journey. We've spent a lot of time breaking out packages and stuff like that. Upgrading Next, we're always doing that. So we're really just trying to stay with what Next is recommending is the best approach. So we're on the latest version of Next. Of course, now we're out of date because 14 was announced. So that'll be for next week.
So Sonos developers watching.
Yeah, 14's coming.
Let's go.
So yeah, we're just trying to stay up to date because we know. One thing is Next keep bringing out new features like we saw today, and it just means if we're up to date and we're on this stack, we know we can avail of them. So, I've taken some pictures from today and was sharing those with the team. I said, let's try this stuff out. Let's play around with this stuff.
Obviously, as an e-commerce company, I feel like performance, SEO, there's things that kind of are crucial for websites, and how do you leverage Next, or how do you think Next kind of helps with those types of metrics for you?
I think performance is a big part of my plan, well the team's plan for next year. So we know with some of the new features we can start playing around and trying to improve performance. Our performance isn't where we want it to be, so we want to increase that. So that along with the speed insights that we've seen in Vercel, that's going to be a big focus point for this year. So again, server components, more caching is stuff we really want to focus on for next year.
Can you talk us through kind of what your workflow is at Sonos, and kind of, how are you guys leveraging like feature flags, I think you've mentioned before, and things like that?
So we've started dabbling with feature flags. Yeah, that is something we also want to focus on. So we definitely want to get more code to production quicker. So we've been in kind of branch management hell for the past while. I think a lot of companies go through it. So really we want to try and focus more on getting features to production, feature flags, A/B testing. So that is something we're actively working on. We use Optimizely, so we're going to tie that in. I'm sure I can talk to a few people here about how that works. And yeah, that's something definitely on our roadmap.
Cool. What are some of like the ways in which you leverage Next.js and Vercel, kind of that relationship? What has that meant for you guys at Sonos?
I'll shout out to the Vercel team. They've been awesome to work with, right? We had an issue the other week where, some of our pages were failing to build, and we just couldn't figure it out. Well, there was a lot of back and forth. Well, we just got on the phone and we solved it, right? So, for us, like a lot of e-commerce companies, we're hitting the busy period. And so now's the time we have to make sure things are stable. And we're stable now, it's been great. So it's a relationship that's worth every penny, So shout out to the team, it's been awesome.
Speaking of, it is going to be a pretty intense time coming up. How are you feeling? What are you doing to prepare?
I mean, like last year, right? I mean, Black Friday, Cyber Monday is our biggest time, you know. And last year, no issues, right? So it was great. That's what I want. I don't have to worry about it. We did have an issue, but it wasn't our front end Next for sale problem. So I'm going in with the same mindset this year. I'm fully confident in the platform. And we've got the team to support it, but I'm feeling really confident going into the holiday period.
So everyone put Sonos.com to the test.
Yeah.
put Vercel to the test.
Put your credit card to the test.
Visit Black Friday. Cool. So, I mean, what's next for the team? What are some of the fun things that you're excited for?
You know, the app router, really want to focus on that, really want to work on performance, just really want to, make it better, right? So we're using the Turbo repo I mentioned, and we've got multiple apps in there. We could do better. We're kind of deploying everything out at once. We want to really fine tune it, and we've got dedicated resources now to work on maintaining and upgrading our Next framework. So performance, so that's app router. Again, we want to go more server side. I'm trying to think of some of the other things. I think that's the main ones for now.
Can you share Sonos breakdown of are your users mainly coming from like web or mobile, or is it?
So we are very mobile focused, right? So of course, I think a lot of developers probably focus working on Chrome, right? But our main user is from Safari.
Really?
Yeah, Safari mobile. So that so now we know we got a custom. I think we got to focus on mobile. So mobile first idea. So I know with performance, we got to look at some of the elements on the page, see what works, and make it as fast as we can.
Yeah, and probably server rendering too.
And those scroll sequences are on mobile. Maybe they shouldn't be. They still look great. So we're gonna reassess a lot of things, make it as fast as we can.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Anything else you wanted to share and say to the crowd?
I would say big shout out to the web team at Sonos and our content team. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Also, go to Sonos.com, buy a speaker, support the company. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go.